Okay, I think this is working. I need to tweak this a little bit. Give me a sec. Right, yeah, I know it's kind of crooked. Give me a sec. It's kind of big. Right. Yes, because I was setting this up in another window. Hello, hi everyone. Welcome. Excuse the scuff, you know how it goes. Yeah, something like this will do, right? I only need, is that well aligned? Can someone send a long message, more than one line message, just to see if it's running all the way? I'm not cutting anything in the chat. You can see it right now, right? Okay, that's even better. I need to make this. Da-da-da-da. Testing. This may or may not be long enough to reach the other row. Perfect. Awesome. No ultra micro xylovolcanoconiosis. Yeah, totally nailed that. Right, so I think this is working. So hello, welcome back. Hi, welcome to the workshop again. Welcome back to here. Your cozy and humble little workshop. I'm Mariano, you can call me Mari. And yeah, so we were up to the, well, just a little recap. Yesterday we prepared some things for the new hair. Hopefully today we can cast our very first piece for the rest of the hair, and we can also cast our new pigtails for Evil, which still needed to be cast. And what else have we got here? Okay, so I'm testing something new. So is YouTube chat working? Because I did see blacksmith somewhere around here. Okay, no, there's been no change. Oh, I pinned blacksmith's message instead. There we go. So I don't see any YouTube messages. Let me... Test. Thank you, local potato. Okay. You got me before I finished. That's perfect. Okay, it is working. Just love a little bit of dark. What is going on? Oh, I need to do this. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to that down. Okay. Like this will do. And then throw this one out. And there we go. Okay, so yeah, let's go. So yeah, yesterday we were preparing this pieces for casting. Hopefully the silicone did react fully. It's kind of weird, huh? Still, yeah, it's still not fully cured. Maybe I needed more catalyzer. Huh. Or maybe the paint is getting into... Look. Yeah, look at this. Well, I don't know if this is what's going on with the wires. Let's see. We can poke it. So it is reacting, but it is still not yet done. So yeah, maybe I need to add even more catalyzer. Wow. Because it's been a while. It's been like 10 hours or so. Usually it would take like 6 hours. Well, I don't know if this is gonna work though. That's the problem of learning a new material. It might seem like you already know how it behaves, but not quite, or sometimes it will surprise you. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, we're making this. Yeah, we can cast it, there's no problem. If anything, we can just keep making pieces. So we have those two pieces too. We could make... God damn. Alright, well then let's get straight into it. And yesterday we made this little mold in order to make the new hair strand pieces. And hopefully this will work to make, yeah, the outside of our, or the upper side of our... Hey gigahertz, how's it going? Of our piece, and we needed this thing to be about 11 centimeters long, so I want to check that out. How do I check that out? Let me see if we can use one of these old strands. That's about the size we need, and we'll need to cut the upper part. But this should be about the right size for this to fit in here. And yeah, it is. Okay, so everything looks fine here. Remember yesterday I took some measurements to make sure this was like the right length so that all the hair strands end up more or less at the same height. And yeah, it seems like it is working. So today we can cast these, see how that goes, make this other pieces, and yeah, keep moving on with the hair. I think it's going to be a lot of layers of silicone materials today, but after that we might be able to, yeah, start like approaching the end of the hair process, which is good, great. This Dark Souls music is a little bit too dramatic, but I don't know, I just wanted to hear Dark Souls music, it felt like. I feel like it doesn't match the vibe, but I just wanted to hear it, so what can we do? So yeah, we're gonna have final boss vibes today, even though I think it's a pretty chill day. I'd rather do this than having a very stressful day with very stressful music. Okay, I'm thinking what to do now, because if this thing's not fully cured, I'm gonna try to manipulate the wires, it's gonna be a problem. So maybe we'll leave this on the side for a little bit. We could start working on the hair. No, okay, what we should do first, now I get it, is we should patch these guys up all around, because there's a lot of holes in here. And then throw some resin in to make them, you know, sturdy. Because all of these holes, all of the drain holes, yeah, we can patch those with a little bit of resin. And then the big hole we throw resin into. And the same here. It's got a bunch of holes to patch, and yeah, let's take care of that. Janice, hello, nice to see you as always. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Janice. How's it going? So yeah, let's do that real quick. Let me put some gloves on. Got one glove here. Where's the other one? Dum dum. Observing Shadow 571. That's some intense music. It is, right? Maybe not very fitting, but I don't know. I was just in the mood for listening some cool Dark Souls music. I didn't think this through very much, but I think I can commit to the bit for a while. Yeah, let's see. If it gets too overwhelming, we can switch. But hey, if something goes wrong, it will fit perfectly. So if something explodes, if a mold breaks, if there's a spill of resin all over the table, then it will be very fitting music, right? I also wanted to give it another shot because I don't remember, like last time we listened to Dark Souls music, I think it worked well. The only problem we had was that right after Dark Souls, automatically there's a theme of a steady grind, I suppose. Maybe, well, but maybe if I didn't put boss music and more like level music, it would fit better. Because this all, well, I'm not sure. I just put a random playlist of Dark Souls fight music, or well, Dark Souls music in general. But yeah, maybe if I didn't put like boss music and only put like the themes of the main areas, maybe it wouldn't be that intense. But yeah. You can see the camera. Okay, you can see that. Does the camera struggle with the blue light, the UV light? I'm not sure if the sensor, if it's like too much for the sensor or something like that. Well, it does look brighter than IRL. I see a little blue circle and you see it like almost white. Very, very bright. Yeah, this little trick to patch all little holes is very, very useful. Makes stuff incredibly quick. But you need to make sure you make the holes the right size. If you make them too big, the resin will fall into the hole and not the patch itself. So yeah, always make sure. My preferred diameter for these and Cheetah Box is about 2 millimeters. Because yeah, it's pretty decent. The alcohol can flow in and flow out very easily. But they're very easy to patch. You don't need to apply any second layer or anything. It's just like a single bloop and you're done. But if you go to a 4 millimeter hole, I can tell you that it's gonna take a while to cure and to properly cover the inside of the hole. So yeah, there's a little bit of a misprint here. You can see this gap. I'm not sure exactly what causes this. Maybe vacuums? I don't know how you call them. Yeah, there's a name for this, right? The vacuum. Alright, I use this word so much whenever we're doing. Just forgot. Air seals, air vacuums, I don't know, something like that. I'm not sure if that's what caused this split, but it's not terrible. Something we can manage with. See any other hole? I'm seeing a little one here. We didn't get any copyright claims in yesterday's video, even though I think there was like half a second where it played something. I don't remember what it was. Something that got us copyright claimed before. Not, well, there was Made in Abyss music, but I also meant something else that played yesterday. And I was like, no, 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 no. Not quite sure what it was. But yeah, we didn't get any claims yesterday, so hopefully, like, apparently we did use just enough of the song or whatever. Flashfire got Thanos snapped. Flashfire, I don't even know who Flashfire is. I did see the comment in Discord, but like fully like channel deletus. And what was the claim for using someone else's content, for using background music? That's why I like to have multiple platforms. Like if one decides to do me dirty like that, I'll just go to the other one. Hopefully I'll never do something so bad that I get banned on both of them at once. Best viewers at streamview.com. Let me blast that guy. Bots. No. Okay, so we got this one patched. Let's patch the other one. The only thing that pains me... Oh, there's more this side. The only thing that pains me a little bit is that I did screw up and... Give me a sec. I did screw up. Oh my god, I'm so distracted today. What was I thinking about? Something about how this thing matched. Nope, I completely forgot. Better not have bridge incidents then, lol. I think it was something about word. Archived karaoke covers. Now their channel. What? From archived karaoke covers? That's crazy. Oh, that is dangerous. That means... What? Because, I mean, the karaoke covers could get you... And especially if they're... Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know, if you've got them for a while, like, you never know which is gonna strike when. That's terrible. Better not have bridge incidents then. What do you mean with bridge incidents? Oh, yeah. To say something terrible. But yeah, like, if it's just a little bit of karaoke that can get me, oh, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Like, I've got hours and hours of neuro music while I'm working. Okay, so this seems to be patched now. There's a lot of holes all around. The moonlight butterfly. Oh. Now it seems to be fine. I really hope there's no leaks. No, there's a little spot here. So I'm gonna use the resin that's very, very, very thin. So if there's a leak, we're gonna be in big trouble. Oh, maybe that's what I meant when I said I was did scrub. Oh, because I ran out of resin, and now I need to fill this up with the fancier one. But I mean, it's gonna be not more than 100 grams. I think it's gonna be about 50 grams tops. But still, it's a lot of material. Yeah, this thing's gonna be sturdy as hell. What happened with the seaweeds? Well, the ones we were preparing yesterday night haven't fully cured. They're like still curing, which is very slow for this, but I know, I feel like it's kind of possible since this material is incredibly slow. I should have added maybe more catalyzer. I want to see if we can make the seaweed casting today. We got the neuro-weeds already working. They look pretty. They might need a little bit of sanding. I'll show them in a second. And what else have we got of the seaweeds? So we got all the individual pieces, but we need to assemble the whole hair piece, which is going to go in here into this mold. And yeah, that's the progress we've had on the main hair piece. So today I wanted to work on these hair pieces that we were missing, the evil hair strands, and hopefully the front hair. And yeah, see where we can go from there. I have enough resin to fill the whole thing without throwing in more, but we're very short on this black resin right now. Well, I mean, in this particular container, we still have a lot of black resin. So I got this black resin and I tried to print with it, but I realized that printing... So my printer is already pretty slow. It takes about 7 seconds per layer, when modern printers will take about 1 or maybe 2 seconds at most. But black and darker colored resins need extra time, so printing a single layer with this resin in my printer would have taken me like 15 seconds. And if you multiply that for the 3,000 layers that it is, it means like one print could last more than 24 hours. So that's why I kind of retired the black resin, and I'm only using it for patching up because it's very easy to see. And yeah, like blasting it with the lamp, it's much faster than just making the whole print. So yeah, now this is my patching resin, and I use the other ones as the regular resins, the grays, the blacks, the grays, the blues. I have a white one, but I've never used it. I've got a bunch of different resin containers, but I don't So right now I'm using the blue one because I don't want to switch too much, because whenever you switch colors or something, you'll end up having to recalibrate and make sure everything's set and all that stuff, and it's a lot of time. And with my printer being not very reliable, rather have it work all I can. But yeah, I do have some other resins. I have some resins that I would like to test out, like ABS-like and tough resins, that sort of stuff. Just to get an idea of how their properties work and how useful they are. I don't know if there's any holes on the inside. Were those two? No, I think we're fine. So yeah, I think these are both done. I want to clean this one up and we'll throw in new resin next time. Hopefully, well, no, yeah, hopefully we won't need to do this anymore. But I'm not quite sure. Okay, so we got these ones sealed up. Now let's just fill them with resin. I want to make two separate castings because this resin is very fast, and because it is very fast, if you try to do too many things at once, you can get in trouble. So I'd rather be more careful and just do two separate castings. But we can make a turtle. Look. Now my scale, I think it's close to the printer. Let me go get it. Oh, but we're doing less than 50. Okay then. However, this thing's already decently weighted. Yeah, 10. So it would be, let's make 30 grams and see how that goes and have a turtle on the ready. Okay, so I'm gonna go get some pigment just to make sure I can see the mixture proper. Just gonna use black for a gray finish turtle, if we ever get to the turtle. Okay, so can somebody help me with some quick math? I need to calculate 15 times 0.9. Uh, 13.5. All right, thanks. Now, let's see if we can open this thing. This thing's always so hard to open. I really want it to run out already. But we still got plenty of faces to make. Need a tool or something. Only have like a big set of pliers. Could this work? always struggle opening this thing. Okay, so 13.5. So I'm gonna use 15 grams here and then the other 13.5. I'm drawing something quite different today. I'm doing a ballpoint pen drawing, okay. An old Corver. What is a Corver? Give me a sec. Then we'll do the 13.5. The other one, let me just close this one. It's a car. Oh, okay. One of those nice looking American cars from 60s. Ah, cool. So it's a Corvair. To practice perspective and shading as well as general drawing from reference. Sure. Sounds interesting. Oh, I should. Well, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Keep calm. Wow, it's almost the whole cup. Okay. Just a little bit. Okay. Very quickly. Let's see. I feel like it's mixing great. Took a while for it to turn dark. Okay. Let's see. So where am I gonna put this once I finish casting? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because it's already thickening. I'll make a turtle instead of... Oh, it's enough for a whole turtle. So maybe we don't need that much. Now, where do I put this? So it stays there. I guess I could hold it like this for 10 minutes. One of those nice looking American House Forensics sounds fun. Are you gonna draw it like in movement or... Ooh, there's a leak, or is it just a spill? Nope, there is a leak. Don't know where from though. Yeah, hopefully it will start to thicken, and once it thickens it will stop leaking. It's already thick. It's starting to feel like honey. A reference for some car shows are just standing still on grass. Oh. I should have cleaned the cup, but I can't because I'm holding the... Single-handed cleanup. Wait, what the hell did it blow up? Oh god, it's got humidity in it? What happened? So when the resin's got a little bit of humidity or water in it, it sometimes foams a little bit. What's the humidity? 45%. Well, it is pretty humid. It's starting to feel warm. I think we're done here. Wow, it's very warm. Just hope it's not inflating too much. It doesn't change the shape though. Alright, we're good to go. This thing can sit and rest and hopefully not do anything weird. Like, it's not foaming that bad. Look at this one. But it did feel weird. It does feel very hot. This is almost hot enough to burn you. Like it feels like it's a little bit warmer than stuff taken fresh out of the dryer. Oh, it feels like taking stuff out of the dishwasher. Like when the dishwasher is just done, it's hot. It's not, well, not hot enough to burn you, but it's kind of, yeah, hot. That's how it feels right now. Okay, we got that. Now let's make another one. So I don't think we need this much, because this one's even less than this one area. I'm going for maybe a 10, 9, or a little bit less, maybe. I think 10 and 9 will do it. If we have any extras, we'll just make something. It's gonna be quite tricky. It's funny how something straight sometimes looks curved, so you have to draw it curved on the other way to make it look straight. I guess it depends on the angle of the lens or something. Depending on the angle of the camera, like how wide the lens was when they shot the reference you're using, that would be the what could distort the shapes of the car more, right? Okay, so we're done with this. Yeah, look how it's racing a little bit. You can see the button is like, instead of being perfectly flat, it's just became a little bit bigger. Means there is some sort of humidity affecting the cast. It's fine, it's not a big deal. This thing's really gonna need a little bit of sanding though. But yeah, now we got our mold. It's pretty hefty. Just how the lines on the paper. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I can draw with a ruler, can look curved. And then, yeah. That's more of with the softness of the paper or like the medium. Well, you're using a roller ball, so you could be making very gentle traces or very hard traces. Okay, so we got this too. This guy's gonna stand over here. This thing's still sticking. Yep, it is taking its time. What we could do is work on the nope, because we have those busy. Hello, Homer. Welcome. Hi. We're working on the hair. So we'll give this a couple of minutes so it dries, and then we can work on those. What we could do is work on this piece. How? By making... Okay, so the most efficient use for time, I believe, would be to cover the wire first and have it dry, hopefully. Like, look, this is the container where we mixed it, and it's still kind of sticky, still not fully cured, but it's going on its way. But wow, it's taking a long time. So maybe I should use 1 gram and 2 drops of catalyzer instead of 1, which is kind of insane. But yeah, I know this silicone uses a lot of catalyzer. I just didn't expect it to be that much. Yeah, we could do that and cover the wires. After we cover the wires, we could start working on the surface here and hope for the best. Or we could do the first layer of covering with the other silicone that's much easier to apply. But I don't know if that would affect. I'd rather see if we can make it with the same one. So let's try that. Mix 1 gram of silicone with 2 drops of catalyzer. Try to put it here. Now, I'm not sure where I'm going to hang this since we already have. I think I could make something up. So what's today's Neuro-Stream about? Today's witness? No. Today was just a misc stream. Let me check. Evil stream. Oh, so yesterday was no, it's an old. Yeah, that's another. Evil karaoke, evil stream. Yeah, today we have an evil stream. All right. Speaking of karaoke, 07 Flashfire, also good more. Who is Flashfire? Like, I haven't heard that name before. I've just heard all the Flashfire stuff here. And I tried Googling it, but it's kind of a generic name, so you just get like random Chinese motivational channels. Well, that's what I got when I researched for it. Oldest touring long-running Neuro-Karaoke. Oh, so it was Neuro-Karaoke updater. Oh. Okay. So yeah, that might be a problem for us since we have so many. We didn't play the full-on VODs, but we have a lot of Neuro songs from the past. But we haven't had that 07 Flashfire 8. Well, that's the first beep of the day. My UPS. I really need to check that out, change it. It's so bad. Yo, Blue Cloud, morning. How's it going? Bum 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 bum. A second copyright nuke has hit the karaoke. Oh, did anyone else get banned? The second one get banned? The channel gone. It seems like they're going for the archives. Who else got blasted? So far as the past few weeks. Oh, okay, so far as the second one. I thought they had just hit another one. Other channels going to well, yes. Like, they could be blasted any moment. That's not good. So let's try this time with two different drops of catalyzer. See if that's enough for this to cure faster, because the other one's been curing for 10 hours already. Neuro-Sama archive was hit about 2 weeks ago. God damn it. Oh gosh, well, that was 3. I think that was Destiny telling us to try out 3. I remember that they also took down Swarm FM a long time ago. Is the Swarm FM channel fully gone, or it's just not streaming on YouTube anymore? I know they have their own platform. How's the karaoke record somewhere else? Well, I don't know where you could have them without getting into trouble. Only Google Drive or something like that, right? Google Drive is just as unsafe as YouTube. Well, I mean, it's the same company, but aren't you free to have whatever you want in Google Drive? I didn't know they had any copyright infringing laws there. Because you could have like full feature films from the mouse himself saved there, as long as they aren't movies that haven't been released yet, right? So did those channels, was the Neuro Karaoke Archive and all those, were those monetized? Because maybe that could be part of the problem, that if you make a channel that is not monetized, but I don't think so. I think they'll probably just get blasted anyway, right? Also, I wonder what's the stroke that kills the camel's back. Like, what is it that makes YouTube say like, nope, you cannot? It's not like there's no one else making covers on the internet, right? It's like a whole industry of people making covers on the internet. And you know what? I was just about to release, well, I was thinking of releasing the Crazy Fucking Robot Body cover. And I think the owners of the song are quite chill. I don't quite know, but I have the cover of Crazy Fucking Robot Body and I was planning to release it on YouTube. The acoustic cover that I got made for the first Neuro video, the first Evil video. And I was just thinking about releasing that video this week, but I've been very distracted. But yeah, I was planning on doing that. I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem now. It's just, well, if even covers are getting blasted like that. It's very sad. Now karaoke streams are even a danger for YouTube streamers. A big liability. It's very dumb, isn't it? Okay, so we made 1 gram with 3 drops of silicone. Still dripping, plenty. But hopefully it will cure quicker than the other one. So I'll leave this hanging as a little Christmas decoration, Thanksgiving decoration or whatever. I'm pretty sure karaoke falls under parody laws. Well, doesn't seem like it. Yeah, the thing is that the system is very easy to abuse. Well, let's see how this goes. It's gonna be hanging there for a while. What if we apply this on top of this? Maybe it could cure around. That would be good enough to make the pieces that we need. So I'm planning another layer to the pieces we made yesterday. The 2 little wires for the ponytails, just so hopefully it dries quickly. And that way we can use this at some point. The problem is it's kind of hard to apply from this angle. That way we use at least what we got here. It's already getting thicker. I don't know when we started. this stuff. It would be good to know how long it takes. And I'm also gonna apply this. Scar YouTube for other channels though. I guess they'll appear eventually. I guess the guys who have the archived videos can just make another channel and stuff. But yeah, it's just game of cat and mouse there. And there's beep number 2. Okay, I like this. Let me see what we can get. Where did I put the clamp? There we go. Don't. Yeah, different. I got 4th floor today. Hell yeah. This the whole topic. Sorry, I haven't been on the chat for a bit. I'm not sure what you were even talking before, but hey, you made floor 4. Awesome. What was your build for that? And how high could you make your spells by that point? Did you get to level 6 spells, maybe? What I can say about floor 4, Air Disc is bad at the final boss. It's almost always behind the wall. Okay. So yeah, it's not a good investment then. Like doing all the upgrades and unless you have like another spell specific for that boss. But maybe there's another boss in floor 4 that could be beatable with Air Disc. The problem is that it's a big risk, right? You're betting on. Oh, have you managed to prove our theory of the clues that tell you which boss you will be fighting against? I had this theory on floor 2 that if you're on floor 2 and you see the corpse of the dead king, that means you're fighting the armors. And if you will see the corpse of the armor, you'll be fighting the king. So I'm not sure if there's like an equivalent in all the other floors. Also, I'm guessing at some point it starts to repeat somehow, right? I don't think Battle made 200 different bosses. My spells were Air Disc +4, Ball of Lightning +3, Sunhold +3. 4th final boss? No. Aren't there like 100 floors or something? That theory of yours. So I have this theory that the floors themselves give you clues of which boss you're gonna fight. I've never taken full a look at it, but in floor 1, sometimes you will find statues that are broken. And those statues, I'm not sure if they can be either the cowboy or the magician, but they do look like them. If you don't choose to go back to the beginning, then yes. Oh, so then it is only 4 floors, and then everything else procedural. I watched the video at the end of some floor you can apparently Loop around to floor 1 and there's more enemies. Yeah, I really need to play. I want to see if we can play with Faye tomorrow, Abandoned Archive, co-op. I think it would be fun. I'm not sure. I think we're going to do terribly, but it could be fun. Well, let me see if we can make it work, because Faye is the ultimate queen of technical difficulties when it comes to video games. Oh, so the 100 floor guy just looped 25 times. Oh, okay. Then that's not that bad. I thought it was like you needed to complete 100 floors in order to finish the game, which sounded insane. No one had ever completed if 100 floor was necessary. No, that sounds terrible. If you keep looping, then you just don't get anything? Is there like achievement for doing that? Numbers. Don't know. I'll try to loop and went to the final boss instead. Didn't try to. Oh, so then you went to the final boss. Interesting. Oh yeah. Because you made it to floor 4, that means you make it. Wow, so you're very close to finishing it. Kill more enemies and get more stuff for upgrades. I don't know what is necessary to beat the boss. The final boss is behind the wall. How do you hit it? Maybe with some AoE effects. Let me think what could work. So the harpoon won't work. Gravity push would probably work, right? Gravity push could probably work. The vortex, I don't think so. No. I mean, the ults, there are a lot of ults that can go through walls or that just instantly target enemies, like the Thunder Fist. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Probably, I think the wind thing, Ball of Lightning can work, okay. The Wind Blade could probably go through walls, or does it collide with walls and stop working? Ball of Lightning, my goat. So let's see if this takes a little bit less time to dry, hopefully. And in the meantime, we can make our very first hairpiece, hopefully. Now, these hairpieces are tricky. I really hope with these measures I'm taking it will come out on the first try, but most of the times I've had to do this like 3 or 4 times, which is very annoying because you need to redo and redo and redo. So right now what we're gonna do is make the little broken heart brooch, or however you want to call it here. Let's see if we can. Something like this will work. So you can see the whole thing. So yeah, like the broken heart needs to be covered with black silicone. And so I make just a little bit of black silicone and I start to apply it all over the inside. Full ball and lightning on one of the attempts. So yeah, my next idea for whenever I get to do this is I want to try... Oh god, this went poorly. So we have a distorted Dragon Frame controller, in case anyone wants it. Slightly bent because I didn't place the mold properly on a surface. And this very light gray pale turtle. Also not greatly cast because I made it much. It's almost white. And this is the distorted Dragon Frame controller. Numbers. I'm looking for more interesting upgrades. So I have the idea, because a lot of the problem or the thing that holds me back from selecting a lot of different upgrades is I don't like stuff that lowers your or that increases your cooldown times, because I don't like to be just a sitting duck running around. I like to keep shooting. But maybe if I got the hang of it and I started using more of the switching abilities, I could keep doing that. So I think, so the next thing I want to do whenever I get to play it again is to try a build that runs more on cooldown increases, but switching my spells more frequently and try to keep them in a row somehow. But I don't know if it will work. I mean, honestly, what am I looking for? Okay, so I have this here, which is my black powder. I do need the black pigment again. Da, 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 da. Some of the basic silicone, which we're gonna use very little of. Two grams is more than enough. Time Stop's extra knowledge gain wasn't worth it. Yeah, the thing, I feel like Time Stop's not... Well, I don't know. I feel like I'm very biased against Time Stop because I feel like it's useless if you doesn't work properly against bosses. What's the point then? Straight up skipping the ult in general. Yeah, like I'd rather get the little crown that gives you extra knowledge. Also, I'm not sure if there's any way to farm knowledge. Like my most efficient, if you can call it that, way of farming knowledge is whenever you get a greed room in the first layer, I just run all the way to no health, or just keeping the health packs close by. So if you ever go to a greed one, you just grab your health pack. But I don't know if there's any other more useful way of grinding and getting more knowledge, because I feel like knowledge is so scarce in that game. What are greed things for? Like dying when interacting with it. Okay, so the greed thing will offer you, do you want some knowledge or do you want to escape? When you grab, hello. Oh wow, that could be considered an offensive name for some people, you know. But something upstairs, you too, beep. We don't want to offend our overlord Neuro. We don't want to get into trouble here when the AI conquest comes over. But yeah, so it'll give you, I don't know, the one gravity dash doesn't seem to do anything. Well, gravity dash? You mean the air dash? Because gravity one is the black hole, right? Beep. Almost all, even all. Hi, Rosie. How's it going? You disappear when you use it, but I don't know if it does anything. Oh, you mean the dash? Yeah, you disappear. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not sure if maybe enemies lose track of you and they stop aiming at you in case you... something like that. But yeah, it would be something that you would not be able to notice on your own. Where's my silicone at? There we go. Neuro is our clank. We don't need the we don't need the hard R's. That's it. And that's all you need to get the pass. Indirect damage. So for damage, I've been thinking that maybe Crystal could have potential because Bleed is a very helpful resource in most RPG kind of games. So yeah, maybe the crystals could be useful, and also the fact that you can throw crystals on your roll and do more bleed. But it's very hard to account for it since it's so... Well, I have such a bad time. I've had such a bad time with those spells. The crystal spells, but I would like to try them a little bit more, see if they might have any potential. I'm almost because I missed a stream, but Twitch spared me. Wait, weren't you here yesterday? Oh, it's because yesterday we did 2 streams, and you missed one of those. Well, good to see that you did get your stream. You did keep your stream, Drizzy. Your stream streak. Yeah, streak. I don't know if Bleed's good, to be honest. Dot builds are usually sus in any game, it appears, because the tick rate's constant. Okay, so maybe it's not that. Maybe I'm not cooking that much. I think if you watch a VOD wig enough, it still counts. Oh, you can watch the VOD and that way you keep the streak? That's interesting, I didn't know that. A trick. Yeah, I think it just gives you the chance. Maybe if it's in the same week or something. I don't know how streaks work. Yeah, Twitch will be twitching. Okay, so we have 2 grams-ish of silicone here. And I'm trying to make it black with a little bit of pigment. But also, because this thing is white, usually pigment is not enough. So I also add this black magnetic powder. And the magnetic powder will darken it a lot more. So probably I could use anything else. But this is the thing I ended up having in the workshop by the time I was testing this, and it's worked decently, so I haven't changed it. Like, if it's not broken, why fix it? And I use so little, and I have so much of this powder because I think I only could buy like a kilogram or something. So it's gonna still last forever. FOMO Tactics stream site. Oh yes, Twitch is covered to the brim with FOMO Tactics. Like, oh yeah, activate the Discord event that's currently running and do this and do that. It's insane. So as you can see, it did darken, but it's very gray. It's not black. But with a little bit of powder, I think we'll have decent... How do I think I used to use this thing. Let's see if I can do this one too. But you don't get anything from streaks, right? It's just like the bragging rights. It's not like Twitch will give you emotes or anything like that. You get oh yes, you're right. You get the channel points, which in my case give you nothing. I really need to start setting up stuff, but sorry, I'm so bad at that. I usually end stream and I just die. Okay, I'm gonna head out to watch Evil stream now, yeah? Good luck, enjoy. Tell us if something good happens or if something interesting happens. You can always pop back and say, oh, Evil is saying location again. I will run over there to see what's going on. You can flex your channel points, that is true. Leave. I'm gonna move into a bigger cup because this one's kind of awkward to work with. However, I need to transfer my whole Kenshi. What the hell is a Kenshi? Oh, the game you usually play. Wonder when we're gonna have the Evil 3D debut. Well, considering the timeline, I guess it's gonna be on her birthday, right? Because there's gonna be a subathon. The subathon will probably end around mid-January or February. Games playing on laptop and PC at the same time would be too ADHD, I think. Well, if it's like an RPG, you could. But yeah, if you're playing Abandoned Archive and two computers at the same time, that's insane. Surely before or during the subathon. You think, well, during the subathon it could be, but I don't know, the production might be so much work that maybe it's not a good idea to push it in the middle of a subathon because Vettel's probably going to be doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, you're right. Like, the subathon is a good place to do it, but I'm not sure. It depends on how much work it requires, right? Yeah, it's very soon. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this thing. Okay. So 1 drop of catalyzer and we apply. So here you can see the heart. You can see the heart from there, right? Yeah. Kind of hard for me to see, but I think we can manage. So this could take a while to cure, but that's okay. We're not in that much of a hurry here. But I just want to apply this so we can move on quick enough. So yeah, what I try to do is cover all the inside of the piece, kind of roughly. Don't need to be too precise. The important part is that you have every single side of the shape well covered, and then you can just clean it up gently. That's much easier than actually trying to make a perfect shape from the start. I just make this very roughly. There you see. And now I can just first make a big oop. Yeah, that's about it. So that way you can have the heart ready. You let it dry. Once it dries, you already have this piece set. And then everything else you just cast with regular hair color. Evil is so cute. I really like this mold. I don't know what, but something about casting this brooch called this pin, it always makes me happy. Now what you do need to do is make sure you're cleaned everything else, because even though it seems like there's no black silicone on the outside of the heart, there might still be a little bit, and if you don't clean it well, it can feel like the hair is a little bit dirty. So yeah, it does look brown, but it has a little bit of like black smudges here and there. So I try to clean it very well, make sure there's no residue on my napkin whenever I pass it. Yeah, that's more than enough. Maybe a little cotton swabs will do the deal. There we go. I really like this mold. I'm really proud of how I made this piece, because this heart shape I actually sculpted myself. So I printed the hair, but I printed it, I think it was just a little oversight, but I never liked the one in the model because it's a little bit too distorted. like the heart in the model is designed to be seen from the front. So when you look at it on the side, it kind of bends weirdly. Maybe you've already seen it in one of our 3D streams, but it's got an unusual shape. But I didn't even realize, and I printed the model without this because they were different meshes. They were different objects. So then I just printed the hair piece, and then I realized, oh, I didn't print the heart, so let's sculpt it ourselves. So yeah, I sculpted this piece on top of the surface of the print, and it turned out really good. I like it a lot. It did take a while to make the proper shape, and it's very small, so you need to be very delicate with how you trace it. But yeah, it came out really, really well. And yeah, with this we are done. The exactness of the shape is very on point. Thank you. Yes, I worked a lot. I really wanted it to look pretty. So yeah, by the time I was making this, I already made the choice of making it evil and not Neuro. But I'm really glad I did that because I can use the same mold for Neuro's mold. I only need to patch the inside, maybe, with a little bit of clay, but yeah. Just flip the picture. No, actually it does it. Not sure if this will work, but good to have a little piece to throw silicone in, I guess. Okay, so we'll leave this to dry for a bit, and we can still add the next layer later. Changing it back now. Okay, so this is set. Well, this is setting, maybe. We have this one. We don't need this anymore. I'm wondering how I'm gonna do the Neuro one because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to put it with maybe. I'm thinking about it, but maybe the. I was thinking of silver powder. I'm not sure if it's gonna work though. Well, I'll give it a shot. But yeah, first we need to finish the first one. So we got that one. Now the way I was planning to make this one is I'm gonna make the shape and then I'm just gonna paste the magnets by hand, if that makes any sense. Okay, so 1 gram with 3 drops honestly seems like a very decent and workable workflow for the silicone. Alright, Toys in the Attic was pretty strong. Really like the electrical spark effect. Oh, yeah, when she cut the cable at the beginning. I also watched it yesterday. I was like, well, I haven't seen it either, so what the hell? And I watched it yesterday night. And I had a lot of fun. So charming. And you know what really got me? In the beginning when the guy is... What was his name? Stretch. The little clay guy is running around with a ballpoint. Well, it's not a fountain pen on top of his hands, but the fountain pen is bent, like it is wobbly. That effect really got me. It was so good. Such a simple thing. Spoiler alert, are you gonna watch it? It's out there on YouTube, you can watch it. I don't know, probably not. Then why do you want a spoiler alert then? It just might. You never know. Also, I don't feel like there's a lot to spoil on the movie, honestly. So, like, the only thing to spoil is the visuals, but not really, like, there's nothing. I don't feel like there's a lot of big twists on the movie that could require a spoiler warning. It's more like, yeah, everything's really, really pretty and very beautiful and very charming. But yeah, other than that, I don't think. Rewind, watch the pen flopping in frame by frame. Yes, I love that one. I was like, what? Wait, how? And I went back and forth and I was looking at it, I was like, wow. Because, I mean, it's a lot of work to do that. You need to make like 3 different pens and replace them just to make that effect for such a silly little shot. But it was so worth it. With a cloth doorway, the range of shapes it... Cloth doorway, what's the cloth door? I'm trying to remember. Stiffen the fabric while taking the shot? Probably, like they would put... Kind of hitting the gut. I saw a clip of Annie today reacting to Neuro. She said something like, need to save this to my favorite. I really love this clip. With how things went, hope she didn't remove it. Wait, what? Oh, so you saw a clip from before. I don't know, like usually that thing's like you don't actively remove them, you just forget about them. But I don't know, wouldn't know. Cloth doorway range, but wait, I'm trying to think what's the cloth doorway part? At what moment the cloth doorway? Do you mean like the little kind of bird that kidnaps the buttercup when she stumbles into the land of evil? Nur. It was last year. Oh yeah, so then it was an old video. Yeah, I don't know. All that stuff is... Yeah, it's kind of sad. Near the beginning, there was one house that just has a cloth covering the entrance like a curtain. House. So like the little house where the bear sleeps. But yeah, like if you're doing that stuff with cloth, usually you can just put a wire inside of the very edges of the cloth, and you can do. Oh, okay, yeah, it's in the. I didn't even like think anything of the door, but yeah, I remember the pig character and that he removes. He changes the shape of the drawing of the train tracks, right, with a pencil. So yeah, I'm guessing usually they do that with just a little piece of wire inside of the fabric. It hit me in the feels. Yeah, like going back will probably be very. It hits me in the feels even more when it's something present. Like on the 3D debut, when the first imitation that Neuro wanted to do was Annie, and then she said, "Oh, I want to call Annie. I want to show her what I did," and all that stuff. That broke me. That was like, oh no, my heart. Yeah, I think it hurts me more when they actually address it and mention it. So we got this, guys, but there's still need a little bit more time. I don't know. Sorry for interrupting your topic, it just hit me really deep. It's okay, it's understandable. It's still an open wound. Yeah, but what hits me the most is when Neuro talks about Annie, because it always happens when everyone least expects it, and nobody knows how to react to it. The one with Coco also got me. And that one was a while back. It was before Annie came back and started talking about what had happened behind the scenes. But it was something about Coco knowing Neuro, and she said something like, I wish I had a mother, I wish I could call my mother, something like that, and it was like, oh. Wasn't the animation called Don't Give Up on Her by White Fishy? Okay, I'll look it up, but I'm not sure if I can. So I could make the casting here. I'm kind of scared that this could take too long to... Well, if it's gonna take too long, why not hurry? I guess. See, something like this. I would have to leave this resting for a while. Looks perfect. Only a little bit of bending. Yeah, that one looks good. But Fishy is a channel that did the virus music video. Oh, that's a good one. And did they make that one like recently? Like after the virus video? The virus one is really good. Or is it something that they made before? What is this powder? She saw my message. Yeah, what was your message? Congratulations, Cloud. Hell yeah. And what did she reply with? You finally did it. I've already listened to this one. Oh. Well, enjoy your moment first, and when you... yeah, maybe after the stream, or whenever you feel like it, you can tell us the story. I want to hear. They did another video about parrots and snakes too. Parrots and snakes? Sounds like some random thing that Evil would say. Looks good. And this one. Trust this one a little bit more. Okay, so are you ready? We can cast this now. How much material would we need? I think probably about, what, 5 grams at most? I think 5 is overkill. 5 is a hand. I will need about 2 grams. All right, so let's do 2 grams of material. Hope for the best. Is that evil? He's British, ask him. Hello. He's British, ask him. She asked what my name is referring to. What's the meaning behind the 81st blue cloud? Well, you can't see the other mold. How's that better? You didn't say anything about the British stuff, Mao. She just wanted to know why your name is that way. And when she asks you something in specific, does she follow along? Don't even get to say anything about British. Does she reply? Because she asked you something, what's the meaning of 81 blue cloud, right? So once she does that, is she already locked in on you, and she will see, look for your reply again and start a little conversation there? A couple of people and an AI overlord. She's talking to Neuro now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I guess the moment had passed. I thought you were just telling us. Back. I'm gonna look for the clip. later. Yeah, when they're talking to humans, I guess they stop acknowledging chat a lot, right? Even though I guess they can probably, they have enough concentration for both, but yeah, I guess it's more engaging when they talk to the humans in front rather than the humans behind the screens, I guess. Mm-hmm. Too bad. Okay. See. Give me your cheeky breakies now, because yeah, this is gonna be a tricky one. Not impossible, but it is tricky nonetheless. Mhm. Okay. Still need some extra material, which I can take probably from here. Still need more. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this will do. Leave it hanging. Right side up. Leave it like this. So it dries, and if there's any material, it will flow down where it should be. Yeah, haven't seen Chad in a while. Hello, what's up? Also, picked up the Washington Cure on the way. It's cool. Has magnetic steering plate. Cool. Be right back, my cook. Let him cook. Things around the lights, the mirrors, windshields, wipers, small trim pieces everywhere. Interesting. I never got the hang of how to make chrome stuff. But I've seen that there's like a couple of tricks you can do. It's all on the reflection and how the reflections are kind of unlike, how I say it. Like in order to make something chrome-like, you need to have the like dark spots and white spots touching each other instead of making a gradient from one another, and that's what gives it a nice reflective look. But I don't really know the right trick. I don't really know either, but it's kind of a good opportunity. Yeah, that is true. Doo-dum, 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 doo-dum. Okay, so hopefully we managed to make all of those. We got all our new... I love this though. Wait. It's not gonna work. Is it Thanksgiving today? I know nothing about Thanksgiving. By first tomorrow, so it must be. The only important date. Well, let's hope for the best. Roll on this and cut this. That way I keep it like this vertically. And we're good to go. All right. Northern Thanksgiving happened. I didn't know there was a Northern Thanksgiving. I thought it was all US and that's it. It's when you eat free turkey from your family and celebrate with them. Yeah, I kind of understand the tradition. I've never practiced it, but I do know something people do. Okay, so we can leave those to dry. I'm not sure. It could also just be let's make it all week so we make more money. Okay, so now that this is done, what else could we... So we got those cooking. We got this one, but it needs to wait. Let's see how cured is this. I mean, it's already curing, but it still needs time. Aged Cheetos and mac and cheese jalapeno flavor. Sounds weird. Cheetos, mac and cheese, jalapeno flavor. That's like a lot of different things to combine, but it doesn't sound bad. Just want to give this a little bit of sanding while we are at this. It makes me think of Finland. Yeah, I don't know. I just was in a mood for Dark Souls music, but I don't feel like it fits the stream too much. Today is not that much of an intense stream day, but I don't know. It might be when we make the first casting of our new final piece. Man, I love cheese. Cheese is the best. Where did I put my sponge? Oh, here it is. Don't need too much though. Cheese and broccoli is great. Here I usually have broccoli with a it's like a very local type of cheese. It's similar to string cheese. It's a way to grate tomatoes. I don't even know what the word grate means. Like a food processor take care of that? No, grate is when you add cheese, right? It really would be a bad end. They would eat rocks for chat. They would eat Matakan. You with art review. Chat, are you thinking what I'm thinking about? No, stop. Maybe right back, everyone. Okay, so why don't we make a casting of this piece without any... only with raw silicone, without anything else, and see what shape we end up with. It's probably going to be a little bit irregular, but probably will do well enough, I guess. So the good part about this is that it will probably be occluded by a lot of material, but still I would like to see how it turns out. So let's make a simple casting without anything but silicone, without wires, without all of that. Just maybe we'll find the problem definite through ensure our submissions in Neuro-Art. I can't believe the other one turned out even worse. This one doesn't fit in. Why though? Because of this, but wait, what? Was printed like that? Yeah, I see it. Okay. I mean, I could try to do a third print. Right now, let's try to make this one. If it doesn't work, I'll make the third print. It only needs a couple supports inside, that's all it needs. this again? Maybe we already heard all the soundtrack. Bum bum bum. Maybe I won't grate my tomatoes after all. Okay. The same piece came up twice. 4 grams, 3 drops. Let's say this is like 5 grams. No, like 8 grams. So we'll say 3, 6. Let's do 5 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So it's a very decent amount of material, huh? around 10 grams silicone. That would be less. No, it seemed very thin to me, but no, maybe it is. Okay, so let's see how that goes. Blech. Okay, while we're at that, let's see if we can change the music. There be all final boss themes from 1992 to 2025? Crazy. Twice you and Extrius being posted in the same scroll view as each other? Could start covering the other one. Where did I put the other one? Boom. um Still need some time. So what I could do is cover the other piece, but it's gonna be tricky. Well, waiting for it to. Another dupe piece. Hopefully that will turn out alright. So yeah, what we could do right now is make another one here. Same thing we already did, just cover the wire in a thin layer of silicone. Hope it stays this time. Okay, so let's make this. Just need a single gram, 3 drops, and we'll be good to go. Maybe this will be ready by the time we come back from lunch. Now you're regretting not grating the tomatoes. I'll try making stratspada. Scrambled egg with tomatoes and feta cheese. Never heard of strapazza. Some has to be grated so that it can mix into the eggs. One, two, three. For the cheese to small cherry tomatoes. Couldn't you split them in half or in fourths? Yeah, chop them. This really doesn't sound like Final Boss music, but alright. this like Christmas decoration. Right. So we got Neura's hair hanging. We've got Evil's hair already covered here, ready to cast. I think we can do this after lunch. Cast our... Well, no. I actually want to make a first layer, a very soft layer on the surface of Evil's hair, and then make the main cast. Hopefully that way we won't screw up. We got that, we got that. We made all the pieces for Evil's other extra pieces of hair. And I'm just waiting for this piece to come out to see and understand how the inner geometry of this thing works. Let's see if... Might already be ready, since I made it so fast. Ooga. Okay, so it needs a little bit more material. We did about 8 grams. I didn't measure them properly. The scale wasn't on when I poured it, so I screwed up a little bit there. But yeah, here it is. Looks decent. So it starts thin and it goes thicker, grows thicker on the back. Let's test it on the head. Yeah, look at that. Don't even need the magnet. It holds on by itself. Looks like balding a balding 40-year-old man, but it works. It stays in place. So yeah, we could start working on this piece for the hair and make our final piece, which is gonna be scary. So it's gonna be this plus this. How does it look? I don't see any gaps and stuff. Might still need a little thin layer underneath, but I can do that myself. And that probably needs to be done on top of the paint anyway. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, I might have cooked, hopefully, because this took so long. So long. Me too, maybe salad bell pepper sandwiches. Should also consider taking my break. So right now that we are all waiting for this to dry, this to dry, this to dry, and this to dry, I think it would be a good moment to just take a quick break and yeah, come back later and start working on the rest. Although, no, yeah, it's for the best. So yeah, why don't we take a quick one? I mean, something to cook, need to focus on actually eating it. Okay, so yeah, let's take our little short break and be back after a while so we can actually see if we can finish the hair today. I mean, it's not impossible, kind of ambitious, but hey, who knows? I'll make some soft-boiled eggs. I like soft-boiled eggs. They're really good. Alright, so yeah, let's go have a break. I'll see you then after the break. If you're still here, we can keep on working on the hair. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, because I was planning on staying late today, especially because tomorrow we'll be stopping early to play with Faye. So we're playing late. Yeah, maybe we can actually finish today, which would be insane. And I think this thing will not be as hard to make as the other one. The twirling of the wires. But yeah, so let's take a break and I'll see you in a bit then. Thank you everyone for stopping by, and yeah, see you later. The lunch break banner. I think I need to work on this because the rig of the Retsuko there should not be there. And now it's all... Let's see if we can fix it right away. Yeah, there we go, much cleaner. And the same with this one, this one. There we go. We're missing one. What one are we missing? This one. This one is not. There we go. Perfect. All right, see you later then. Not tomorrow, so I'll stick around. Cool. Awesome. Hello, I'm back. How's it going? Let me see. Hey, Heidelpunk. How's it going? So yeah, we left a lot of stuff to dry, and hopefully it's already dried enough. This thing probably still needs time, yeah. But everything else so this thing, yeah, this is already perfectly done. So that means the little broken heart on Evil's hair should be done. So we can apply another layer on the surface here. So all I wanted to do, I don't really care if a little bit of wire shows up in the back. So I'm just gonna try and cover the main sections of this front piece and see how that works for us. With just a little bit of material, I don't think we need too much. And then hopefully by, I don't know, in a couple of hours we can cast the final full headpiece, or well, hairpiece. Now, okay, so let's get 1 gram of silicone here again. You need to be very careful this time. The tricky part with this mold is that because of the shape of the mold, it's very easy for the material to drip down. Hello, Cloud. How's it going? How's your meal? Should be fine diced. Lurking Gigahertz. Hello. Can somebody help me real quick? So I don't know when. I think I pressed the wrong button and I changed this to ounces. Maybe if I change it, now it's going back to 0. So 0.35 ounces translates to how much grams? What the hell? Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I think I pressed the wrong button in the stupid scale, but no, I think we're fine. We're back to... I thought if I tried to switch units, it would lose amount, but no, it seems like we're fine. 0.35. No, I think it was 0.035. So it would be 1, like 0.9. So we were fine. Okay, so yeah, it was about 1 gram. And we're safe. I did say 0.35, but no, it was actually 0.035. But yeah, that math is very easy to make. Thank you very much, Delphic. I love this song. The Masked Lily theme always gets me for some reason. Now the good thing is, now I've realized that we really can spend our sweet time mixing this without a problem, because even with 3 drops of catalyzer, it's still very, 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 very slow, which is good. What the hell is announced? I don't know. I don't know what, like, if there's a base for what the unit was intended to measure. Like, feet are based on the feet that were measured for Olympic races back in ancient Greece, right? That's how I think the unit of feet comes from. And it's supposed to be the measurement of Heracles' feet. 16,000 ounces is a pound. But what is a pound? Like, usually the units have like an origin, right? Like, 1 liter is 1 kilogram of water. Think of that comparison. 16 ounces is a pound, and 1 pound is sort of half a kilogram, right? Quarts, like quarter of a certain bucket or something. Quarters are a quarter gallon, right? Quarter of a gallon, which is more or less 1 liter. Because a gallon is like 4.5 liters. What the fuck's a kilometer? Ounces are originally ancient Romans' fault. Interesting. $1.12. Uncia, Latin for 1/12. But 1/12 of what? Back again, like, if all we use is fractions, like, what does the whole unit represent? It's very interesting how those measurements come up. Right. So I'm gonna try and be very careful with this. I want a very nice, even, and extremely thin coat all over my piece. I'm gonna start here because it's a part where there's more crevices and little details that could get lost. The only things that I want is the places where the wire is gonna go through. Most likely, yeah, around the very surface of the main 3 hair strands. Like, we don't have wires on every single strand of hair here. We only have 3 main pieces of wires to have, like, the middle, the left, and the right part. And that's more or less all we need. So that's what I want to try and cover as best as possible. Really need more hands here. I hate just not being able to grab the cup while I'm making this and grabbing the mold. Such a silly, stupid mistake. Also, a stupid little problem. So the objective of this thin layer is just so that the wire doesn't go through on the front of the cast. Because if the wire is invisible, then I consider the cast a success and we're good to go. In the back, it's okay, it can go out on the back and it doesn't really matter because it's not gonna... One, this wire is not gonna move that much. Even with the most extreme movements, the front hair doesn't move too much. And also, yeah, if it breaks in the back, well, no one will see it. It will always be covered by the skull. I read something wrong. If I go. The mystery of what 1 pound represents. Yeah, that was a good use of a single gram of silicone. We did cover almost all of the mold very well. It's looking good. I'll leave this upside down so that if anything it droops upwards and not downwards. Why are Evil and Neuro so cute? I don't know. What's the easiest, most efficient way to conquer the world? And I guess Metal wanted them to be cute. Okay, so that's the end of that. Now we can go to the main event, which would be the hair. So I need to take some measurements real quick to see the height of the pieces here. I know there's 4 strands with same height, which is 11 centimeters from the magnet. Okay, so here. Well, maybe you should first do the magnet itself. So here, this circle, here's where the magnet's gonna be. I designed it specifically for that. However, the strands have different length. Also, if this would have been the case, I should have made a different mold, because I feel like more than half of each strand, or at least more than half of the material, because it's thicker on the bottom, is gonna be wasted. So maybe I could have made a smaller one instead. Oh, hey Cloud. Now I see. Just open Discord and I saw your no, it's not dessert. Your breakfast, maybe. That looks good. Don't want to let it sit there. It's like poached eggs, kinda. Yeah. So I just want to measure how long the strands are. So the main 4 should be the same size, and it should be somewhere around 11 centimeters. It's a little bit more than 11. Oh, it's 11 from the bottom, not from the magnet. Okay. We've got 11, then we go to 94, 9.4. Then 7.8. Measuring all of this on the 3D model that we made. To make sure everything's the right length. And the final one is 63.5. Okay. So our measurements are 11 for the longest one, and then we go down. Gotta go. That's number wow. Hey, hello, number wow. Sorry, I was on the other computer checking the model. Friend isn't especially queryable sounding, but it's in a logical sense. Crop gains, so a grain of wheat. Grains generally grow pretty close in size, so they would get like a bag of grain on 1 pound. Yeah, I expected that. Usually, that sort of very basic units that were used long ago, they usually come from, yeah, like the most basic goods that were traded, right? So probably grain, water, gold, I don't know. So it makes sense. See ya, Dressy. Yeah, well, in Mexico we used cocoa seeds, cocoa beans, as a currency. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we got plenty. We got 2 strands to spare even. So I want to take this one off because it's the oldest one. And yeah, we can still bowl with these. Edible currency sounds bug. Physical confirmation Japan has specific number equivalent in rice bags. That's interesting. Because the odd thing there is that then you need to standardize your rice, right? Doesn't matter if you're making high quality rice or low quality rice. If the standard unit of currency is rice, then yeah, like all the rice is worth the same. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, but we need 10 of these. Now I remember. Oh god. That's gonna be tricky. Okay. Which one looks the best? This one looks pretty decent. Oh god. One ryo was also considered equivalent to 1 koku of rice. It's to feed 1 person for 1 year. Whoa. Yeah, look how much of the material I'm not gonna be using. And all of the strands will be either this long or shorter, so... Yeah, I feel like it was a waste spending so much silicone and this many strands if I'm gonna cut all of these. Hmm. Most people didn't go around with Rios in their pockets, but most people were rice farmers. So... 6.35. This one's just... it looks kind of weird. But it's okay, it's gonna be... Try to hide the shitty side. We're putting it here. Okay, so this is what our hairpiece will look like. And it should be around the same height. It feels kind of short, but believe me, it is the same size as this, so they should all end around the same levels, somewhere around here. So yeah. I want to give them a little bit of extra room. So I can... place them into the mold without much of a hassle of it being right on the edge. This is very scary, so I feel like... Well, honestly, I'm not that scared anymore. I've made so many hair strands, it's just that we spent so much time doing this that if we need to start over again, it's gonna be very annoying. But I already realized that if I really focus properly on it, we can spend, what, about 3 days making one piece of hair, so it's not that much, but we did take a lot of detours along the way. And yeah, hopefully we don't need to take any more. Planaria? What the hell? Isn't that the name of the flatworm? Yeah. These look like flatworms to you? The hairs remind me of Planair. I can see the similarities, yeah. Okay, three more, three more. Okay. No turning back now. These ones. Now, I was just thinking that I should also make a little bit of I should put the magnet in place. So I want to make a little amount of silicone just to put this where it should be. So let's do that. Let me take all of this out. Just remind me, orange is up. Orange should always be pointing up. And I will be casting, I think 1 more gram of silicone will do. One gram, 1 drop, quick and easy, and we can just let it rest for a while. Hi, Rosie. Okay. It's 1.2 grams, but it's gonna be okay. 1 gram will still do. Okay. 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 So now we arrange all of these. I think I'm gonna have to take my gloves. Okay. Like to understand a little bit better what causes this stuff to bend on the inside. Whenever I'm twirling the wires, sometimes it bends in very weird ways, and I feel like that's being very damaging to the silicone. Even though I'm trying to keep some space, still feels like they're very close, tied very close together, and that might be a problem. This one's tricky. Just want to place it a little bit down. Wonder how much of Kirby's soundtrack is King Dedede's theme or variants of King Dedede's theme. Let's say at least 10%. Okay. Hello, the Black Baron. How's it going? Making, hopefully, the piece that will become the final hair. Super powerful Neuro-Sama. Urali, Urali. Starting to look like something usable. Oh no, fuck. Hmm. I don't know. Oh, there's one wire that's ripping out of the strand here. And I cannot keep it in place. Don't know what causes the twists in the wire, but that's what's breaking it a lot from the inside, and it's a big problem. But yeah, so I think this can be usable, but I know it's... So the thing is, it's gonna work, and I feel like it's gonna be better than the Extravaganza one still. But still, it's very frustrating that there's just like one problem after the other. Like, there's no clean way to do this, apparently. There has to be. We still need to find it. I think we're kind of a long way still of actually getting that little eureka moment. Good, yeah. Get this stuff. Ah, no. Okay. So the thing is, when tweaking the wires while doing this, there's a lot of damage in most of the wires, and that's a problem in the long run. And yeah, right now one of the strands became almost, well, it's fully unusable now. I'm gonna have to untie it and take it out, which is also gonna be a lot of work. Let's see if I have another one to spare here. But yeah, just the act of tying it together, especially the shorter strands, is kind of damaging a lot. Because the forcing, like trying to bend the wires, sometimes does some weird effect where it kind of twists inside of the silicone for some reason. Like, what I'm guessing is happening, I cannot really think, like whenever I'm twisting the wire, somehow I'm doing this with the wire itself inside of the body. Like, more problems, yeah. Like, this is gonna work. I know this will work, and I think this is what we're gonna be rolling with. But again, this is I've been trying to make this kind of hair for a long time, and I really want to master it, but I just cannot find the right solution. Yeah, but what's going on is that whenever I'm twisting the stuff, it seems like I'm doing this. Yeah, there, can you see it? So look at this wire, right? Imagine this is the little feather shape, right? Mm-hmm. And whenever I start twisting it with another piece of wire, I'm twisting the whole wire like this, right? And when I do that, weird things happen to the inside. Look. Can you look really... Can you see? I really want you to see this. Okay. So here's the thing, and then when I start twisting, it does weird stuff inside of the silicone, right? This is what's happening inside of the silicone, and because it's twisting inside of the rubber, it's tearing and doing weird stuff and breaking, and it's just bad. A bit of screen. Isn't this? If I twist this around, you can see how, like, the main body inside, even if I'm not manipulating the longer part, it kind of twists like that, right? And because it twists inside of the rubber, it's tearing, it's breaking. Bend the water so it's rather than twisting. Wait, give me a second. First, before I lose the train of thought, let me see if we can save this. So I don't know what I did before, but some of the previous strands run much better towards the tip. Okay. I put ice hiding in your one eye. Okay, so Husk of Body just watched Hasbin Hotel apparently. And got some furry brain worms apparently. Perfect timing to fully turn back in. I've never seen an emote before, and now they just trigger a communal input on it. Fitting so well a couple of minutes ago, and now it's so crooked and weird. Plus whenever I open the freaking mold, it implodes. Yeah, like, I feel like we're almost ready to make the cast. The only problem is that it's very hard to arrange. So I think it's gonna be even harder to arrange with a lot of silicone here. No, I just pre-read what you wrote and avoided reading your full-on rar uwu fanfic. You know I can read without doing it out loud, right? Yeah, but that's not the consent creators are supposed to do in their job, at least from what I've seen. Wait, what? I don't think everyone reads blindly everything out loud, right? I don't know, I've never seen it in so much detail, but... Yeah, Philion level panic attack because you spilled resin and started a chemical fire. Nah. Don't think I'll start a chemical fire anytime soon on stream. You don't watch anime or sitcoms? Like Johnny Somali, huh? I love how Husk just shows up and the chat immediately comes back to life. I'll give you props for that, even if it's through your dark techniques. Ready with it later as far as too much you can find. Yeah, I know that's what good content would be, but I can't afford causing a fire. Philion can break her shower live on stream and probably afford everything that comes with it, but I cannot. Like if I ever do stream part-time, that's gonna be where I shine in other people's chats. Maybe. Because I think part of the problem is the magnet, but the magnet's the reason why I'm doing this, so okay. So, I mean, we could roll with this and see what happens. When I go to chat, could you imagine the popular streamer who doesn't stream just adds salt or sugar to other streamers' chats? Well, I don't know if would you call that a streamer, but there's pretty people, like a lot of people who are, I'm not sure, like universally well known, but decently well known here and there for appearing in chats and just dropping insane comments and leaving, that sort of stuff. Won't be able to name anyone. I don't know, Meth Wizard. All right. We could roll with this. It doesn't work. I'm gonna need to play Silk Song or something, but if it does work, well, it's gonna take a while, so I'm not gonna know until tomorrow morning. It should work. Like, I don't see how this should not work. However, it's probably not gonna be very pretty, but it's designed in such a way that it will be underneath the other hairs. So Carl is the only streamer I've seen with constant clip farm of cutting 4K chat mode. Well, yeah, but Corellia is very special in that aspect. She's always saying the most deranged, crazy things 24/7 and just keeps giving. It's insane. Clip farming is her natural state, yes. Yeah, like, doesn't feel like she's actually farming them, she's just like that. Okay. She has clip aggro. Yeah. The chance of hitting a critical is very high. How appropriate she is a cow, constant feed fertilizer. Pretty that she never sees them comment. Can someone send it to her? Let's take a screenshot and send it to Baggy Pants Man. That way she'll for sure see it. I think that I haven't had my shower yet. Maybe I'll just slip in it and not have to deal with the aftermath. I don't think there will. Okay, I'm gonna put on some gloves and let's try this. So I'm gonna do what, 12? Maybe I should use a bigger cup then. Emote fail at this chat. Oh, don't I have that? I do have the Neuro spin, right? Maybe it's different? We do have that one. I could swear. Let's see. Can we have it? We don't have it? I could swear we had it. Oh, it's Velonur. Yeah, but the one you see by the beat bar is the evil version. But I don't have apparently then a regular version. They're using the Vel official pay to win version. That is evil Noro. Tudum. Tudum. No, I'm working in ounces again. Why did it go to ounces yet again? Okay. The emotes I was looking for since the other one popped up. Only approved emote. Well, because those are 7TV emotes, you can put whatever. Well, yeah, like 7TV does need to approve of them. But yeah, there's a lot of emotes that can make it through. Da-da-da. You know Oreos? Yes, I know Oreos. They're great. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to lock in for a second, so there's a lot at play here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me a time. It's 38 minutes mark. 5:30. Scared for a moment? I didn't see that. Billion Crowley clip with Oreo? No, I don't remember. Well, I think I haven't seen it. Okay, here we go. Hey, it kind of worked. Worked better than I expected. So yes, it is a messy cast. But feels like it's working. Oh. All I need is something to apply force here, which kind of sucks. Would you buy a Oreo? That sounds like the laugh of an anime character, like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure kind of attack instead of Oreo. But yes, I would buy an Oreo because that sounds like it's a lot of filling, which honestly is the best part. Where did I put my clamp? Would you buy an OO? No. I would never buy an OO. That sounds terrible. I might consider buying a re. Like just the re. Just buying the O, that's psychopathic. Yeah, I could consider buying a re. Well, that is true. You can make very good cheesecake bases or general pie bases with the O's. That is true. The rest are O. Oh no, I like the rest. I think that's the best part of the cookie. Yeah, you cannot make a base with it. They're too way sweet by themselves. You can put, like, if you're telling, if an argument is to make a cheesecake out of the O's, then you could be able to do something else with the rest. There is re in cream form available. I love how so we're speaking in a very silly terms, but yet all of us understand what we're talking about, and I find that very fascinating. Like, this is a true case for semiotics. Don't get Oreos, they're trash. I like Oreos. So yeah, again, I think this is not gonna be the prettiest thing ever. It's certainly gonna look kinda weird. Ooh. But hopefully it will be good enough for the rest to work. I have to patch this one up real quick. You'd buy O's. I'm being forced to add some extra material here since it seems like the wire is popping out a little bit. So yeah, we might have a little bit of a blob on this side. But you know what I say to that? I say, fuck it, we ball. Just R would be just sugar. So I'm counting a little bit too much on the occlusion of the other layer. But hopefully, I mean, I never liked the other hair. And I think I can assure I'm gonna like this hair more than the other one. So yeah, like I'm still trying to make something even better, but I know this is gonna be better than what we had before. I'm just too obsessed with getting this thing right, and I'm still trying to think on how can we make this the best way possible and also more efficient, because I'll be honest, I don't think this has been the easiest road to follow. And we struggled a lot with, you know, all the casting, recasting, making the strands, spending a lot of material, the injection mold. Like, the idea of the injection mold was really good. I think we could do something very interesting if we managed to make the injection molds work. But yeah, like right now. So what went wrong with the injection molds? There's two things that went wrong. One is that the pressure was too much. The material went out from the side. Please tell me that's not a clip of me saying something. Oh no, Hydrox. What is that? A little more experimental than the last pop-up build. Well, honestly, the last pop-up build was just as experimental, but it was very straightforward, you know, because it was like, I'm gonna make strands, I'm gonna drill holes, I'm gonna put the strands in the holes, and we're done. It was not that complicated, but I didn't think through how it would look in the end. I just didn't know. Wait, Hydrox sounds like something in Toilet Drain. What are you talking about? Some these Hydrox cookies. Okay, it's a type of cookie. I'll check it out in a minute, but I've got my hands covered in goop. So please stand by. Not a great name for a cookie. Yeah, it does sound like, yeah, like cleaning fluid or maybe like some sort of weird medicine. We're discussing Oreos and Oreo-related topics. Are Hydrox related to Oreos? Sorry, the thing is, I would love to Google it and see what it is, but because my hands are covered in goop right now, I need to wait. But yeah, last time, like, the process was much simpler because it was a simpler design on itself. We were like, okay, we make the shape. Oh, yeah, we just made the shape, made a bunch of copies, and just drilled them in. and it did kind of work. But yeah, I never liked how it looked on the top. You can see it half time. Well, sorry for not being able to engage with my audience. I do my best. It's just that this stuff, yeah. But I can read you and talk to you sometimes. The original Oreos and Hydrox were the original. Yeah, because I think I remember seeing a video about there were like a family and they broke up and it's like one brother. Oh yeah, Chicky Ricky. We forgot the Chicky Ricky. One brother kept the recipe and the other brother kept the machine or something like that. And yeah, that's how they ended up splitting. And the older brother or one of the brothers ended up making the brand Oreo, and it was Oreo who took over the world instead of Hydrox. Well, I didn't remember the name, but now that you say it, I think, well, it kind of pieces together. It might have been Hydrox, but I might be wrong. I'm pretty good at being wrong. There we go. See, you can place it here, and nothing bad could ever happen. Ignore that. Nope, forget that. Forget everything I said. Forget all of my streams. Forget that I exist. Nope, this is not working. I'm pretty sure we make you like 40% slower and you didn't read the chat. Nah, but you make the experience more enjoyable. I can tell you this, when I was making Evil by myself, I was starting to get kind of depressed from just being by myself in an empty room for hours and hours on end. Which I think wouldn't have been a problem a long time ago, but I think I got too used to, when working on the movie, to interacting with people. And now it feels weird just being alone trying to sort things out. And also, I do get very distracted. Like if it wasn't for you and chat, or well, if I didn't have a chat or I wasn't streaming, I would probably take out my phone every once in a while, doom scroll a little bit, watch some random video, get like carried away. So yeah, like I do get kind of distracted, but at the same time, having a camera on top of me sort of makes me feel like committed to trying to keep moving forward as much as I can. So I don't know, give or take, but I think overall, not you are an empty room with voices in the machine. No, you are an empty room with voices in the machine. Yeah, but I appreciate the voices in the machine. And I can chat and talk and make random explanations of different materials. What else could a man wish for? And yeah. Oh god, how did I do that? But yeah, I need to find a way to put this aside. I think I know how. No, nah. Kinda. That's a weird one. Okay, so I can finally hold onto the mold upside down in the little vise that we had yesterday. So yeah, cool, my hands are free now. And also, there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have come up with if it wasn't for your suggestions and stuff. Like, I wouldn't have tried the injection mold. I know we didn't end up using it, but we did make something like very interesting from that. Oh god, another broken glove. I tell you, like, the first gloves of the box, they're perfect. They last for weeks. And then when you're reaching the bottom of the box, they start breaking every day. But yeah, I don't know. Things come and go. So we got this. I wonder how long will this? I think this should be done already. Don't want to touch the... It feels perfect. So maybe we can also cast our very first hairpiece that hopefully will be the only one we need for Evil Nudu. Been trying to make a face proportion template for drawings and my hand endurance is so tentative that to compromise grinding versatile skills technique to getting better at drawing. I think that's understandable, and yeah, you can, I mean, I guess the skill will arrive eventually even if you're still using a template. You will probably never end up using it. You'll learn something, at least. There's at least 3 molds here that I'll never end up using, and I spend a lot of time on them. But I wouldn't say I didn't learn from them. Now, where did I put the blastive wire? If it's underneath this and I just smushed it, I'm gonna be very angry. No. Oh, it's here. Okay. Church, I was too evil, I didn't see the combo. Okay, so we can make this one, close it down. This one's probably gonna take its time. And we might be able to open these other ones. I don't know, I'll rather wait until tomorrow. What if they don't work? So yeah. So 2, 3 molds. We're gonna have 5 molds ready to open tomorrow morning. That's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be Christmas. And then we need to do the other hairpiece. That's easy enough. The other hairpiece with this one, that's not easy enough, but we can do it. I'm designing a template of a schema drawing I did since I can't find any art I'm good at consistently emulating. Don't really understand full realism either. How do you make a template like that? Like, I wouldn't know where to start when making something like that. Let's hope that it will be Merry Christmas and not Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis. That's a good title for tomorrow's stream. Merry Crisis. Finding an art style is indeed difficult. Yes, it is. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. Just need to check something real quick while we're waiting for this to dry. And I think what we're gonna do. Okay, but funky music. I don't know, Kirby can have all sorts of different music. You never know what to expect with Kirby, right? This one's called Crown the Doomer. Well, let's make our cast then. It's gonna be fun one. So I'm thinking, how much does this thing weigh? 5 grams. So let's do 5 grams then. The thing. Oh, I need another glove. All right. So let's make a 5 gram cast of this guy. This one people just went classic. You know what, let me remove this from save. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, what we could do is we could do this. I think it would be nice to add an extra layer to the other one. Rand, I want to give another go at drawing Neuro-Sama with template and see if it works. Seems helpful. Struggled with them so much. Now it's based. Have you ever tried using... Like, I have these puppets, I don't use them for drawing, but I know they're used originally for drawing. And they're really good for posing and for references for different images. I don't use them for that. I used to use them for animation tests a couple of years ago. But I think these guys are used for drawing reference. Maybe you could use something like this. They're very easy to pose however you need them. Yeah, the body coons. more detailed about the same thing. I don't know. Just sometimes I see it like it's easy to visualize poses and stuff when you have something in 3D, but maybe I'm a little bit biased because that's the only thing I do. I probably have a bias towards figures. Thinking about it, kept drawing and don't get distracted if someone will dedicate enough to invest in one. Yeah, they can be a little bit pricey. I'm not sure if there's like bootleg ones that can be cheaper. We're very close to running out of our fancy prepared silicone. Can't afford one. I've spent similar amounts of money more foolishly. Don't want to surprisingly buy one and then never use it would be insulting the body kun. Understandable. Okay, so it's 5 grams. We saw the 3, so I will go with like 10 drops, maybe 8. Replacement printer. Oh yeah, you had a lot of trouble with your printer, right? The only problem with printers, at least to me, is that it's very hard to choose one. Whenever you look for printers, they're always like overwhelm you with data. And it's not easy to understand which one's the right one. And the printer business is such an evil business. Like, I'm pretty sure there has to be printers that are good, but most printers are just flat out evil. The classic low on cyan, you cannot scan files because you're low on cyan. Make consumer printers that have bigger scanning size and yeah, I know. I guess because it's a standard like office worker printing size, but yeah, it would be nice to have a bigger scanner. I mean, I don't use them that much, but the one time you do need it, it's just impossible. Get tired of it and being less accurate and work quicker just to get over it. Oh, that happens to me all the time too. Like, not with ballpoint paint drawings, but with stuff in general, like making molds or wrapping wires, that sort of stuff. I'll start very diligently and very slowly and stuff, but after some time I get kind of annoyed and start to rush things too much, sometimes to my own detriment. God damn it. Okay, well, it's safe, it's safe. Didn't fall all the way to the ground. Only fell on top of my pants. Hey there. Let's pray for the best. It feels like it was a little bit too little material, but, well, whatever. Cheeky breaky. Let me go get some more. No. Something heavy. Oh, let's use the silicone. Okay. Wait, what? So why do the hair strands wires get resin coating but not the banks? They did have, so it maybe was very hard to see, but it did have a resin coat, well, silicone coating. I don't coat them in resin, I coat them in silicone. But it did have a coating. I even have, I'm about to apply a second coat to the hair. Look. Oh, you mean the inside of the mold? I only need the other side of the mold to be covered with silicone, because I don't care if there's a little bit of wire showing in the back. But yeah, look at this one. This is the Neuro one, and compare it with the poor wire on itself. So it's kind of hard to notice, but you do see that there is a coating of Neuro-colored hair. I was actually planning to do a second coating on this one just because it's so bright colored. Okay, I guess I just saw a low spot, probably. Because it's so thin, it's kind of hard to see, but it did have a coating, I can assure you that. Yeah, let's do one extra coat on this one. Now we have some spare time. And I think after that there's nothing more to do today, because we're pretty much waiting for mold 1, mold 2, mold 3, mold 4. And where's mold 5? Oh, mold 5 is under the... yeah, mold 5. So 5 molds in a day, not bad, I would say. But yeah, there's not much that we could do, and also the table is kind of unworkable because we have a lot of stuff that's just hanging there and needs to wait. But we can make this casting. Well, we could cut the strands for the Neuro hair. I think we can do that. But yeah, first let's do this. Right, I'm actually very happy with the bumper. Feels very chromy and reflective. Cool. So, okay, let's make... The bumper. I have this picture perfect idea in my head and want to make sure that shows up. Also don't want to be a diva and make things complicated for someone else. You know what? I hope I don't get into trouble, but something that I feel... How do I say this without sounding like a filthy traitor? Honestly, I have, like, looking at silver linings, I feel like AI imagery can help you learn how to describe the things that you have in your mind. Because you realize when you just say like a man walking, it will make slop, and when you start to narrow it down to a man walking on the... So it's not that you use it, but it's a good way to understand when you are not giving the information that is required for someone. And you just learn not to redact it in such a way that it's. I'm not sure what I'm saying this because I've never actually made AI imagery, but I feel like it's got this possibility of teaching people how to describe their ideas in such a way that someone else can understand and execute on them without having to reiterate a million times, you know? Blindly against the other, against the people doing nothing more than prompt and making credit. Yeah, well, that is the big problem. But yeah, like I feel like it's a decent exercise when someone wants to learn how to communicate an idea so that it starts to approach to what they have in mind. Some arts fans, they have used AI to do the things they hate doing. Yeah, there's a lot of people using AI. Well, I mean, I think nobody's gonna complain ever about AI learning how to do green screen correction, right? Because nobody wants to do roto and that stuff. Roto is pain in the ass. Nobody likes that. And it's not like, oh yeah, the work of so many talented AI artists is being, roto artists is being used to feed. I mean, it's pretty straightforward when you do something that's rotoscoping, what you need and what you don't need. But yeah, it's but specifically with visual, with imagery, it's kind of tricky. My commissioner started using one to effectively translate my slop into a coherent, forget the word, scene description. That helps me paint the picture. That sounds like a good workflow, like if that works for you. And you're both on track with that. Okay. So revoke 1 gram. Golden stuff. Now let's mix it. I think I know what you're talking about. It's tentatively that I would somewhat recommend someone using AI writing for, seeing what it does with ideas that present. I think it helps you learn. So when I think about it, I think to back when I was like barely starting to work, or well, like starting my bachelor's in art, I would have this very clear, clean-cut idea of what I wanted to do for our projects in my mind. But whenever I tried to share it with someone else, like people would just not catch what I was talking about. So like, oh yeah, you have this, and then it moved like this, and da. But like people didn't really get it, right? And that's when you understand the value and why storyboards, even when sometimes they look very goofy and sketchy, they're incredibly important because as bad as they may be in drawing style, because there are pretty like rough storyboards out there, they're incredibly valuable because they help you ground ideas into like something coherent, you know? And when I was getting started, I felt like I had a lot of ideas. Whenever I tried to simply express them to someone else, they would just not catch it and it would just be awkward. So if I had like tried out like testing the descriptions with how prompts are made, I would probably have learned what things need to be specified whenever I'm talking about something, that sort of stuff. Words are wholly ineffective when you want to describe things accurately. Yes and no. Like sometimes even the things that you don't describe properly can have a lot of value and make for a very good description. Was very skilled at reading the mood I was trying. That's also good. Like when you have an artist that really vibes and connects with what you're doing, that's also very, very helpful because like, yeah, you understand each other, you understand what you're going for, what your art style is, it's very goes very well hand in hand. But that's a big luxury that you should be very happy to have, Husk. It's really good to have an artist that really cares, or like you can vibe with. That's so much valuable than one would think. I've seen some artists that are great, like freaking Renaissance level artists at drawing things, but when you try to describe something to them and try to get them into doing stuff, they might not catch the idea right away, and it takes a long time and a lot of iterations. Like I remember there was this guy in the studio where he was actually working as a storyboard artist for Women Wearing Shoulder Pads, and they put him as a storyboard. He usually was a part of the photography team, but they put him in the storyboard department because he could draw magnificently. Like his drawings would be amazing. But in the end, he wasn't great at storyboarding, because even though his drawings were great, in storyboarding you usually need to repeat your drawings 15 times, because the director will say, you know what, this is good, but maybe what if we do it from the other side? What if instead of walking towards the door, she walks away from the door? So could you redo the whole scene, please? And that's pretty easy when you're doing silly doodles with a couple of stick figures. When you're doing freaking hatching medieval style perfect illustrations, doing that gets a little bit trickier. So this guy, I mean, he did manage to make the animatics for some of the episodes, but I think where most people would do, I don't know, like 3 minutes of storyboards, he would do 1. Because he was, well, he made them very carefully and very well, but it was not I think it just was not the right tool for the job, because he was great at drawing, but, well, that not great at redrawing, I guess. Well, it's not that he wasn't great at redrawing, the problem is it took a long time. It was not a very efficient way of doing stuff. And then they got somebody else, and they drew with a very cartoony, very silly, very simple style, but they could make the same scene 5 times in a day. So they would send it and they would tell them, oh yes, but could you do it again without the umbrella? Yeah, let's try that. And she would make the storyboard without the umbrella, and it would be quick and easy. And I think those storyboards were the ones that the creator ended up liking the most. Yeah, so much of writing is figuring out how to describe things without having to, but just like giving enough suggestion to the reading. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, you can describe anything in infinite ways, right? You can go full Count of Monte Cristo and spend like a full chapter trying to describe a spoon, and you can go like very quickly describing an object and just not mentioning it again, right? And both of those things have their own uses. Oh god. So you don't see this because I usually, well, it's kind of out of frame, but I make I cover the piece in silicone and then I hang it from a lamp like a Christmas decoration. So it's hanging from a little wire from a lamp, and that's how I apply the last like little drops of material wherever I missed the mark. In science, I wonder how does poor writing look in specifically in the scientific area. It's just because I feel like one thing that happens a lot in scientific or academic kind of backgrounds is that there's a lot of overuse of technical terms. Like sometimes it feels like you're just trying to sound fancy instead of communicating an idea. It's just like legalese, right? Legalese also is like its own code, and it's very hard to read any sort of legal document because it's just kind of redundant and repetitive. But that's just the way that lawyers communicate for some reason. Because writing is just so inefficient. We should all speak in binary. Communicate our ideas in binary. That would be the solution to all the problems. And draw a diagram. Well, that is true. Diagrams are very helpful. In fairness, for the medical stuff, people usually reading it will also be familiar with the jargon. In medical stuff, I think it can be important because you're talking about very specific parts of the body or types of enzymes. I don't know, like you need the specificity, but I feel like there's a couple of instances where it's more like they're using fancy verbs instead of just the word make. Or make a video. Well, yeah, but it's a lot of work. When Val hangs out with other programmers, finds an accidentally talking computer script out loud. Oh, sure. I don't think so. Just open my mouth and have a hallucination appear, like in the movie The Arrival. Like, encapsulate your whole idea into a little circle that you can understand. I'm getting a mental image of like gang speak. Instead of saying yes and affirming something, I just say bruh. Truth. Oh, truth. I couldn't read it from here. You can read half a research paper and it won't be clear what they're talking about until you get to the diagrams. That is true. So we're waiting for that. In the meantime, we can make the hair for Neuro-Sama. Uraoi, uraoi. I think Valley Girl when Ellie's tucks robots. That's why, like, oh yes, it's really cool when like people who really know the stuff have a YouTube channel and speak about it. I really like that. There's this like physicist who has a YouTube channel, and she loves to speak about all sorts of things around the physics world, and not only the principles in quantum mechanics and that sort of stuff, but also she speaks about the problems with how research is done and how it's very easy to make a lot of biased research for the interest of companies and that sort of stuff, and that's something that happens a lot. The papers and skill is specifically taught so that we can more efficiently get through the papers and grasp the general structure and contents without having to actually read through the text. But isn't that kind of pointless? Like, what does it mean? Why do you need a system that you need to learn how to figure out and not read the whole thing? So, or why do you invent like a structure of writing something that is designed for other people not to read the whole thing and just to skip to the good parts? And why didn't you just write the good parts then? Like the ending that it teaches how to electrocute yourself with every electron. Yes, Electro Boom. He's amazing. You found it. But what type of? Even more kawaii than real person-driven VTuber. Understand how viewers perceive AI-driven VTubers version 1. What branch of science does it concern to? Because it's not a programming paper. It's like a sociology paper, maybe? Side that I went over from that paper. I like that. How about social psychology? Also, I find it very intriguing that the paper itself assumes that you already know what VTubers are. So it's like normies cannot understand this document. Normies wouldn't be reading papers anyway. Well, okay. Normie scientists that don't know about VTuber. Treat Neuro in kind of the same way as that Japanese spirit that suddenly breathes life into a cherished object that he lived for 100 years. I don't know that story. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. So yeah, I don't know quite what happened or what changed in my process or something, because most of these things, it seems like the wire is not making it all the way to the tip. And it's not like we really needed to go all the way down. No name, hold on, no dojin based on it. Okay. Okay. Be focusing my study on stream culture. It's very interesting. It's got its own vocabulary and stuff. Like, I find it intriguing how, yeah, emotes and the code for emotes become their own expressions, right? It's per streamer too. That is true, but there's like a general communication system, right? Like most streamers understand XDX and POG, that sort of stuff. And it's very interesting that it all comes down to very short words, just because they are the easiest way to structure an emote, right? The easiest way to react quickly is you only type OM, 07, all that stuff, and it's simple enough for the user to write and for the computer to make quickly into an image, I guess. So we ran out of music again. We just thought we were listening to Octopath. Let's listen to some more. Kid inherits grandparents' home, finds an old pocket war heater. With his childhood teeth marks on it, things transforms into wife. Wait, what? Where did I put my measurements? Okay. .8. .46. So the one I don't want. No, Nathan's finding the limits of the automata. You found it. Oh, did Optimus do something? Diva taken out by Automod. This other one I cut a little bit too short, but it's okay. There's one too. Okay. Meat pack, what? Didn't you already post the name? This comic card is still changing every time. Book 1 versus book 25. $25 books worth of stuff. One Piece is a good example. Yeah, One Piece has changed a lot through the years. John Smith would be interested. God. You've memorized 87 names? For one, about 20 of them have them problematic types. Just wrong. I wonder, does YouTube or, well, yeah, like, does YouTube or Twitch, like, check the text on screen? Like, could I get in trouble for this conversation? I take full responsibility. Yeah, well, you're not gonna get banned on YouTube, right? There, you covered. I'm not sure that's how it works, but alright, I'll roll with that. I don't know, but if for responsibility, we will be. Our channel's gonna be banned in 5 years when the AI bots start to scan every frame of the video. And one day I'll just wake up and I'll have no channel. I mean, I'm not scared of that sort of conversations. Just like, there's sometimes rules that can be an issue, but I'm not sure. Loading 13 vocabulary. Glance manually. Another editors got banned for showing too much hips. Oh yeah, that's not a problem here. Well, I wonder if I could ever get in trouble for like casting a body and having like the full, you know, exposed body, taking it out of the mold. Like, even if it's just a little piece of plastic, a little toy, I'm not sure if it would be a no-no for Twitch. I think Twitch is the one who's very picky with that. YouTube kinda... I don't feel like it lets it slide, but it's like... Yeah, I don't know. I think... For the longest time I thought Annie's top was just a tiny bikini. Isn't it? Biased. Yeah. I know that Twitch is very famous for having their preferred streamers who never get banned no matter what they do. The main thing for Twitch is visual depictions. And yeah, like, I feel like I'm not at risk of that. But like, if I made a mold or a body, for example, yeah, we have Neuro and Evil's body. You've seen them, I don't know, like, as undressed as they can be. That's why I tried to make them like this sort of simple clothing beneath, but I'm not sure if that's something I could really get into trouble for. I mean, it's just a figure, right? Like, if you undress a Ken doll or a Barbie doll on stream, is that a problem? The puppets don't have any specific anatomy, it should be fine. Was there rules on name dropping? So I do have clearance to basically shill someone's 18+ career. I don't know what shill means. Shill is just like promote. I wouldn't have that much trouble with that if you're doing it. If you're not being too descriptive and stuff, I guess it's fine. I don't have an issue with that sort of stuff. Oh, you never got to see below her shoulders for the longest time. Now I understand what you mean. Okay. But just don't blast the whole chat with 87 different names of your favorite artists, I guess. I'm not sure if anyone's gonna actually write down the 87 of them. And either go grows or what's the other emote? But who was it? No, when was it? Was it in the rap battle? Yeah, I think it was in the rap battle that Evil was saying some weird stuff like let's undress and act like mice. And I was like, what? And she kept insisting on it, like, yeah, we should all get undressed and act as if we were mice. Very weird. Yeah, let's strip and become mice. Very, very weird comment from Evil. Evil was very weird that day. I think it was the same day that they told her that she had to make the announcement, and the announcement she said was, I had my first vowel movements in years. In weeks. She's weird. Is she still weird? Like, that's one of the things that concerns me with them getting more coherent, that someday they'll stop being funny with weird. Neural hottest ciphers filtered. This movie tomorrow, even while not necessarily showing any impermissible values, that a lot of stuff going on. Flag for features puppet would never really have. Well, I don't know. Like, if I ended up making a puppet out of, I don't know, who's like very out there model. Coco, maybe. It could be troublesome. Hello. Hi, Oliver. You just made it in the middle of an unusual conversation. On what could or could not get you banned. TOS discussions, yeah. The limits of interpretation of the TOS. Okay, so let's try to see if I can somehow make a cleaner twist or something here to that. Steam game into their own as yes, it was Splatoon, I believe. No, but I remember there was a case that some people were playing Splatoon and they were keying the ink, and in the ink they would put inappropriate stuff and they got banned. Yeah, that was a weird way people tried to make weird stuff on Twitch for some reason. Like, it's just surreal to think that that happened. And yeah, there was someone else who was using a green screen to play some games in a bot. Yeah, I remember that one too. Okay, so this is the part that needs a lot of finesse that I do not have. I want to smell chip. Top 5 ways to kiss Nero. Yeah, I remember that. Well, I was not there, but you told me about it. The curved shape parts would be fine, like a body kundal. The parts are unsculpted, so even with generous bust, they should be considered unsexual. Yeah, I guess as long as I don't add unnecessary detail, it would be fine, right? Evil's always been the freaky one. Yeah, I think she's always been freakier. But Neuro also sometimes pulls something out of left field, right? Like, I remember on the Matara stream that she said that she would love to eat Matara, but with an extra word there that changed everything. I do not enjoy Gunnar culture. Evil, it's just never ban him now. I don't know that one. Final review responses. Oh, okay. Where's probably a twin shipper herself. How it came from? Oh yeah, that's really cool. Did you post it? I want to see your art. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, I see the sketch. Not the final part. Still a bit whip. Oh, and the wheels. Okay. Yeah, like no hurries. I was just wondering. Yeah, congratulations. Either way. Another Doom animation from Jelliver. Oh, also I've been thinking of making a Wordle channel in the Discord, so we don't need to. Yeah, I don't mind the Wordle in general, but I think it can clutter a lot. There he is. Hello. Alright, John Smith, how's it going? Johan Vasquez style. I don't think so. Well, it does sound like something that could easily happen. I don't know, I feel like Johann Vasquez style is kinda less popular now. Used to be everywhere in the 2000s, but now it's not that. You don't see a lot of people drawing that. Gear and his lines live in my head, yeah. I get you. So for starters, I think this approach could be more efficient. So what I'm doing is I'm twisting everything as I place the next piece. So instead of twisting everything together and then going back, I could even start cutting the wires already. And maybe this way is a little bit faster and easier to work on. And cleaner, most importantly cleaner, because I've had so many struggles with the wire starting to. Also, something that helped a lot is that this time I chopped off the swirly bits. So before I had like the tail of the little feather and I would unravel that part. And now what I'm doing is, instead of that, I'm keeping the part, cutting the twisted part of the back. So everything I've got is like a clean wire, and I feel like it's making a huge difference in how easy it is to manipulate this before, you know, making the, well, when braiding this together and stuff. I do see how this could get complicated after a little bit, but right now it's fairly easy compared to what it was before. Look at that, we're almost halfway done. And up until now, it's not been an unpleasant experience yet. Although, it's fine, it's fine. Still not in love with the process though. Like, I feel like just in the process of manipulating this into the shape. Wait, what? Something happened with Camilla? There a concert with her friends. She's doing okay though. She'll be back in December. Oh, did you see that Traora is taking a break for a while? She's having a surgery on her throat. Traora Pantera from Hololive English Justice. Sounds like cute to do something about that feeling. Right. Yeah, I saw that cutie Raora is getting surgery for her throat. Yes, I was wondering because I've heard that there's a lot of VTubers that get issues on their throats. And I'm not sure if it's just something, is it because they force their voice too much, or is it just something that happens because you speak a lot? Like, should I be concerned about this or not? That's why I try to keep my voice as natural as possible. I don't make any... I'm already spending so much effort in making this stuff, it would be impossible for me to, on top of that, just make kawaii or something engageable audience hooking voice. So yeah, I just vibe with whatever my voice usually works like. But yeah, I don't know. Like Subaru, Doki Bird had a problem on her throat? Oh yeah, but VTubers don't sing every day, right? Gotta get some of that white powder Marnie uses. And yeah, mostly VTubers, yeah, they do sing a lot, but they don't sing every single day. So I don't think that would be the problem. But what I think, well, the idea I've got, but that could be wrong, is that I feel like sometimes they intentionally like make very high-pitched voices or something like that, and that's what gets to them after a while, because it's too hard to keep the voice up for long periods of time and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure if like that's mere conjecture of mine. I've never heard or read about it. I've just remember seeing about people who had problems because yeah, they couldn't stream for long times because they were forcing their voice too much, something like that. Like you, Pipa? Pipa forced her voice? What? So that all roads will never be subject to that is true. Neuro and Evil will never have a sore throat in their life. But no real VTuber. That's a weird sentence. But no, I don't know, human VTuber will ever get a location issue, a location stroke like Evil did. So yeah, this is turning out much quicker and easier than I expected. And the only change is that I'm doing it in a different order, but the design is the same, everything else is the same. However, I still don't feel like this process is the cleanest thing ever, but it is working, I would say. End of code. When did the end of code thing happen? Was it on the 3D stream? As long as it works, yeah, like it will work, but still, I'm still striving for making something better in the future if we ever get to make another puppet. I'm having the twisty problem again. The only one that feels kind of weak is the one on the side, but that's because it doesn't have support. All of the other ones have 2 supports on both sides, and this one, of course, it doesn't. Oh yeah, on her underwater stream, right? Was it on the underwater stream? The end of code then? Mari, but you are a VTuber. Look, you have a model, and I wanna know when you're gonna release your first music, my friend. Yeah, probably not anytime soon. A recent chill stream, I swear. Wasn't it the underwater one? I mean, that was kind of a chill stream. Just had the underwater. Just in YMCA in Spanish, no one will ever know. There's a lot of... I've thought that if I ever get to do karaoke and stuff, there's like a whole world. Just like there's like an infinite amount of Japanese songs that can be sung. There's like an infinite amount of Spanish songs that can be sung, and I've never heard a VTuber sing about. Because in Spanish, the only songs that you'll see people VTuber sing is like, I don't know, Feliz Navidad and stuff like that. But there's a whole world of songs out there that I could sing in Spanish without a problem. Korikitaka. What's the other meme? There's a 9/11 song that's a very big meme. But I'm not sure if that would be allowed by TOS and stuff. But yeah, there's like a very, very bad... Like, it's like kind of Tsunak... No, not Tsunak. Like, what's one of those songs that's like so bad that it becomes a meme? Kind of like Friday, but that's not exactly what I'm going for. Maybe like Tunak Tune or something like that. But there's like a song from a guy called Delfin Quispe. It's like a Peruvian or Ecuadorian, something like that, who actually ended up in jail for some weird reason that didn't involve the 9/11 song. Kind of like Pregnant Sonic, yeah, like the... well, there's a couple of parodies, like we could be pro Fortnite players, that sort of stuff. But yeah, so there's one song that about 9/11 from a Peruvian singer or something like that. It's very wacky. It's like somebody... so the guy's thinking about the tragedy of that he had a girlfriend who was in the towers when the planes hit and something like that. But it's very poorly performed, and the like it's kind of acting as if they had lived it, and it's very, very stupid and terrible. And yeah, that one could be a good meme song, but maybe a little bit too crass for a starting point. Oh my god, lol. Yes, Delfin Quispe. I don't remember what the name of the song was. I'm not sure if it's just Twin Towers, because in Spanish usually, well, it's not really that big of a deal, I guess. Nobody knows, everybody knows shit's fucked. No, that's too eloquent. Or there's also like a good meme song that is like the sermon of that could be my original song and you never know. It's so someone made like a remix out of the sermon of a priest that was saying something about Pokemon cards being devil worshipping and something like that. It's a very crazy remix. And it's just extremely stupid, and it's also so funny because the guy is talking about Pokemon cards and how Pokemon cards are the devil, and whoever loses a game of Pokemon cards gets killed by the other kid, and like very, very ignorant stuff. He's not even grabbing... He's talking about Pokemon, but he doesn't even have Pokemon cards in his hand. He has Yu-Gi-Oh cards in his hand, and you see the whole crowd like cheering for him and yeah, being enraged and appalled at the idea of Pokemon cards. And it's not even Pokemon cards. It's got Yu-Gi-Oh cards on their hands. Like it's if you saw that today, you would think it's rage bait, but we're talking about the 90s here, so it was pure, unfiltered ignorance, and that's what makes it beautiful. Yeah, like there's a whole world of meme songs that you'd never heard of, and that sometimes some of them are actual bangers. S3RL comes to mind. Oh, god damn it. This thing's tearing into pieces. This should not be happening. And if I try to, well, no, this won't have any negative stuff. Seen his name a number of songs. Apparently he was following. What, so it is another priest that has remixes of his sermons? It's not even a priest, like how do you call it? There's like this, they're not actually priests, but they're like, not motivational speakers, but something like that. And they do this sort of very Catholic speeches where they say, yeah, Pokemon is the devil and Nintendos will cause strokes. Probably if Roman was here, he would know what I'm talking about. So yeah, this was much cleaner, much cleaner, and I feel like much less destructive than what we did before. This is why I always try to do first evil, because if I screw up, I might learn from my mistake and make it a little bit better on Neuro. And right now, evil is my favorite, don't get me wrong. And I'll say that out loud, I'm proud. But right now, Neuro is my priority since Evil's already had her chance in the spotlight, so... Talk about music and stuff, I discovered an open source project called Strudel. Basically, I can code music. Alright, code music. I mean, I guess that's always been a possibility, right? There's Orca as well. Orca I only know for the 3D printing software. Sonic PI. Isn't Hatsune Miku kind of that? Like she on herself, like the Vocaloid interface is also like you program the voice to do what you need to do. Here are some videos music made with Orca in case of your interest. Alright. The thing I got so excited about earlier was the glass of the headlights. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, because the glass of the headlights is very interesting. It's like it's got like glass cut, or how do you say it? Like, it's not a regular flat shape. You have like this little volume or like little dents kind of stuff. Oh really? Miku's more of a voice changer. I always thought it was like a program stuff. Like you would just set whatever notes you needed and it would perform just like if it was Mario Paint. Like a more advanced version of Mario Paint Music Maker. Put in art one example. Okay. Let me just finish this real quick because very close. So yeah, it's still doesn't feel fully perfect, but I think the process did improve. I would still try to think on ways to improve this in the future more. But hey, it's decent. Like I would repeat this. I wouldn't like to repeat the other one we did, but this one worked decently. Someone writing a music. So yeah, like just looking at this, I can feel like this looks much cleaner than the one we did over there. Like, I don't know, it was more straightforward. It's kind of wonky, especially here. But I don't know, the process felt so much better. I don't think it's because I'm in a calmer state of mind than before or something like that. It's more, it actually, I did see an improvement. Okay, so I need my other pliers, the ones that are flat. The music synthesizer using Miku's Hatsune's voice, interesting. So it works like a theremin. The more to the right you go, the higher the pitch, or well, the higher the note, and the up. If you go up or down, it would be the louder or softer it is. I learned how to. Well, it's not like I can actually do it, but I know how the theremin behaves because there's an episode of the episode that I got to make most of my work in the show of Frankelda was about a girl who likes to play the theremin. So I had to learn and actually had. So the guy who actually played the theremin for the show gave us a little bit of a crash course and explained to us how it worked and all that stuff. It was really fun. I'm gonna go. All right. Take care, Drizzy. See ya. Are you gonna go with Faye? Are we gonna find you on Faye's stream again? That was fun yesterday. Feels strange to see the name written in that order. Oh yeah, Miku Hatsune. Sounds very formal. Okay, there we go. No, no, no. Careful, careful. I'm gonna study and learn what to make some soundtracks for my project. Sounds fun. I'll check the video as soon as I finish this stuff. Sounds curious. So you code the songs? Okay. So yeah, seems like we got it. So tomorrow we open this guy, take out whatever we need to take out, and then from there we can straight up make the other one that's already set. I think it's the leftovers from when Vocaloid was just getting started. I hadn't gotten used to reversing the first. Oh, you code right like hacker. Let's check that out. Or did you throw it? Clips? No, this is stealth link. My most whimsical synth yet. Wait, so where is it? In art. Art is kind of a weird place to put this, but yeah, okay, let's watch it. Let me see if I can, because I'm very good at not showing stuff.
Ofertas del Black Friday.
How do I mute this stuff? Right. I'll have to open it somewhere else. Blah, 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 blah. The base script is in Haskell. What the hell is Haskell? Okay. So...
Zero 4097, 16th notes in the scale of G minor. Subtract 1 octave. The sound was a sawtooth wave, tamed with acid, controlled with a slider. Visualize the lead with piano roll. Next, kick drum, trance kick drum, 4 on the floor. Width is scope. Increase the power by ducking our lead with the kick. Targets 3, 4, 5, 6. Depth of the duck, 0.8. Increase the duck attack to 160 milliseconds. Next, bass. Clone our lead to create the bass. The bass has a simple pattern. Subtract 2 octaves. The sound should be a supersaw. We need more chaos with random detuning of the supersaw. Increase the filter for more power. We need more energy. We need a top. Fit the top to our cycle. Let's create a breakdown by isolating the lead. We can create a progression by patterning a pattern.
I'm not sure if I left that video run too long and I'm gonna get blasted for it, but it's pretty cool. It's interesting. I like the fact that it can even give you tools to visualize it just for the sake of it, just to look cool, pretty much. And that's interesting. And there's a couple of things I didn't understand, and I didn't feel like I could listen to a difference when she added the lines. Like the duck depth, duck attack, I didn't get those.
7, hold, 6, 5, hold, 6, half notes. We need more power with delay. We can copy the progression to our bass and pattern inside the pattern. Let's bring it all in. Next, we can create a white noise riser. Quarter notes, large attack.
White noise.
Increase the harmonic tilt by adding a clap. Quarter note.
Yeah, I don't get what that white noise did. I cannot listen to it. I guess that part is completely outside of this. She's singing and has her own extra level of distortion there, but that's not part of this code, right?
We can use an old trance trick to increase the power of the lead. FM the lead. The FM wave should be chaotic. It should be white noise. Make it swirl with random panning.
Yeah, I don't have earphones, so I cannot hear the panning. The rave in the chat.
Hopefully I got that.
Very interesting. Life code. It's very interesting. It really seems like she's got it really well mastered. Like she understands really well how to make it. I know I just walked into. Hello, Tony. Joller was sharing us a video on how. Wait. Like an interface to code your own music. So it's pretty interesting. Like they would code the progression and stuff, and yeah, very, very cool. Never seen something like that before. It's pretty cool. Oh no, I didn't see the. Well, I saw the sketch of the car. Let me move this around. Oh, there you. Whoa! Wow. Yeah, and this is what you meant. The little scratches on the glass. It looks really really neat. And all of this made with a roller. How big is this image? It's like a standard sheet of paper. Might be smaller because you can see the traces over here. Maybe it's. No, it's not that. Holy sh. Yeah, like this picture looks really cool. All the little detail. The chrome really feels like chrome. It's really amazing. "20 centimeters, wow." Yeah. Yeah, like a decent size for the drawing, I believe. It turned out really great. See you all in a great picture. See ya. So I think, well, I mean, we could hang out and just chill for a bit, but I don't think we can do a lot more today. Like, I could start opening molds, but I think for the best measure, it would be to just... It would be for the best if we just leave them be and open them all up tomorrow, just to reduce risks. I've never been able to draw cards as good. Me neither. Me neither. Around 6 hours of sitting on drawer. I think it takes forever, but the result is worth it. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It looks amazing. Yeah, that is true. For a ballpoint pen, that's very precise. Mari, do you want to try to reach the peak? Yeah, we could give it a shot. You want to do it right now? Well, 6 hours fasting and drawing, I think it takes forever, but the result is worth it. It's up to you. Yeah, I think it sounds fun. Never played Peak. We could do that. So yeah, we can leave it for today. So tomorrow we're going to be opening molds. We've got to open the hair mold, the other hair mold, the other hair mold, the other hair mold, and the other hair mold. Yeah, we can have a peak stream. I don't see anything else to do right now, so yeah, we can have a little bit of fun. Tomorrow we're also going to be playing. I'm not sure what we're going to be playing with. I mean, I also haven't been able to draw cars in that well until today. I've been consistently drawing for 1.5 years. 1.5 years? You've only been drawing for 1.5 years and you make this? You're very good at this. Like I know people who have drawn for years, professionally, and don't do this kind of work. Time plus dedication equals skill. That is true. I drew a lot when I was younger, but had like 10-year gap. Okay, that happens. But that does help. Yeah, congratulations. This looks awesome. Coffee on. All right. Yeah. So then we can start wrapping up. And hey, Husk, you're still here. I think I already posted on Discord, but only once in my life. But I only drew once in my life, about 20 years ago. Really? I don't remember. Oh, it might be here, right? Orca. Oh, this is the Orca one you're telling us. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it like that. But yeah. Alright, so, well, let's leave it at that. Tomorrow we can open the molds and keep on going, making probably Neura's hair. I'm not sure if I should run a test for the silver piece. I don't know. But other than that, yeah, tomorrow we can open molds. But yeah, let's have a casual playing stream. Why not? That sounds fun. Just on drawing stuff and always observing things and thinking about how to draw them. No, that's good. Like you're thinking on how to bring them into paper all the time. And if you're not actively drawing, you're just thinking about it, and that also helps because you have your mind active, thinking on how to abstract stuff, right? The mission was gonna go be a creepy and quiet in the corner. How used to that are you? You did say that. Didn't you say that like yesterday? I'm kind of the opposite. Wondering how things in anime and stuff translate into reality. Okay. Don't leave for tomorrow. You can be messed up today. Yeah. Like the messy girl, Hexmatic. I think that drawing uses too much muscle memory that stays locked in even in accuracy for years. Yeah, maybe. It does stay with you a little bit. I haven't drawn in a while either. I think learning to draw decently good for anyone. That is true. Yeah, like, and drawing is fun in general. Like, if you're not being too harsh on yourself, even drawing terribly, it's fun. The only things that you need to learn to not judge yourself and fall in the general pitfalls of, oh, my art is horrible. Just have fun, make stuff. You don't need to show it to anybody if you don't like it, but just make it. The process of making is what's fun. But well, so yeah, let's end stream and I'll catch you in a bit so we can play Peak. I've never played Peak, and Jolliver gifted it to me a couple of streams ago, a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it would be fun to play it, why not? A little close to the line. As long as you put the spoiler tag, I think it's fine. Starting with pen and drawing line paper already has something. How do I do that? Honestly, I don't know, but you probably can Google it and find out. How to tag a spoiler or something like that. Yeah, well, so I'll end this stream real quick and I'll catch you on the... So we're not gonna raid anyone because I'll catch you on the other stream. So yeah. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit so I can end this thing and see you in the other computer. It's interesting how that works. Often shade an area lightly before doing details on it. Shade an area lightly. Interesting. Raid yourself, can you do that? I don't think you can, right? I'm gonna try just for the sake of science. Holy shit, you can! No, you cannot raid your own channel. Yeah, right. So, a lot of progress today. Like, lately I've been feeling my days are kind of slow, but it's most likely because I'm testing out and having a lot of issues with the silicone. But yeah, we managed to pretty much finish the hair today. Hopefully it works. And tomorrow we can open stuff up and see if everything worked. Yeah, so I'll see you in a bit. I tried to rate myself, I couldn't. But yeah, I'll see you in a bit then, if you wanna watch me play Peak for some reason. And if not, I'll see you tomorrow for another workshop stream where we finish up opening up, and tomorrow night, at some point, we'll probably be playing something with Faye. I don't know what, though. She's a mess. She never tells me anything, and she'll just message me like at 7:30 tomorrow, like, hey, are we gonna play? Yeah, sure. But plans are not something that works with her. But I think it's because whenever she's made a plan, it all goes downhill. So I kind of understand how it works. Thank you for the stream. Take care, everyone. Sounds like my friend Lamau. Yeah, she is something. But yeah, so take care. I'll see you. And yeah, good luck. All right, so no raids because we're gonna stream soon. But yeah, take care then. Thanks for stopping by. If you're leaving, I'll see you later or see you tomorrow. If you're staying, I'll see you on the peak. So I clearly can make it to the peak in my first try, right? Like, I'm such a gamer. I'm telling her you said that. I think she would agree. All right, so I want to stream soon, and thanks for everything. I'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye.